orders of the day.
Government orders, Government Bills Commons, consideration at report stage of Bill C3, an act to amend the Citizenship Act 2025.
Order. There are 11 motions and amendments standing on the notice paper for the report stage of Bill C3. La Présidence a reçu des...
The Chair has received submissions asking that motions 1 and 5, standing in the name of the member for Vancouver East, be selected on the grounds that they could not be proposed at committee.
Submit amendments for the committee's consideration as per the committee's routine motion adopted on June 17, 2025. For this reason, motions 1 and 5 will not be selected. All remaining motions have been examined and the Chair is satisfied that they meet the guidelines expressed in the note to Standing Order 76.15 regarding the selection of motions and amendment at the report stage. Motions number 2 to 4 and 6 to 11 will be grouped for debate and voted upon according to the voting pattern available at the table. Je vais maintenant
I will now propose motions 2 to 4 and 6 to 11 to the House.
Ms. Kwan, seconded by Ms. Gazan, moves that Bill C3 in Clause 1 be amended A by replacing lines 36 and 37 on page 3 with the following: 1,095 days before the person's birth, or B by replacing lines 28 and 29 on page 4 with the following: 1,095 days before the person's birth. Motion number 3. Ms. Thompson for Ms. Diab, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moves that Bill C3 in Clause 1 be amended by A, replacing lines 36 and 37 on page 3 with the following: 1,095 days before the person's birth, or B, replacing line 28 on page 4 to line 6 on page 5 with the following: 1,095 days before the person's birth. Motion number 4. Ms. Kwan, seconded by Ms. Gazan, moves that Bill C3 in Clause 1 be amended by deleting line 30 on page 4 to line 6 on page 5. Motion number 6. Ms. Kwan, seconded by Ms. Gazan, moves that Bill C3 in Clause 4 be amended A by replacing lines 27 and 28 on page 7 with the following: at least 1,095 days before the person's adoption, or B by replacing lines 38 and 39 on page 7. Shall I dispense? Dispense. Nope. B by replacing lines 38 and 39 on page 7 with the following: at least 1,095 days before the person's adoption. Motion number 7. Ms. Thompson, for Ms. Diab, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moves that Bill C3 in Clause 4 be amended by A, replacing lines 27 and 28 on page 7 with the following: at least 1,095 days before the person's adoption, or B by replacing line 38 on page 7 to line 15 on page 8 with the following: at least 1,095 days before the person's adoption. And motion number 8, Ms. Kwan, seconded by Ms. Gazan, moves that Bill C3 in Clause 4 be amended by deleting line 40 on page 7 to line 15 on page 8. Motion number 9, Ms. Kwan, seconded by Ms. Gazan, moves that Bill C3 be amended by deleting Clause 5.1. Motion number 10, Ms. Kwan, seconded by Ms. Gazan, moves that Bill C3 in Clause 6 be amended by replacing lines 14 to 23 on page 9 with the following: 6, paragraph 27(1)(j)(1) of the Act is amended by. Motion number 11, Ms. Kwan, seconded by Ms. Gazan, moves that Bill C3 be amended by deleting Clause 6.1. Debate. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, my motions to amend Bill C3 will restore the bill to its original form. It will rectify the conservative, punitive, and unconstitutional law that stripped children of Canadian parents the right to pass on the Canadian citizenship to second-generation born abroad children, separating families, rendering some stateless, and creating two classes of Canadians more than a decade ago. It will respond to the Ontario Superior Court of Justice ruling that Canada's citizenship laws is unconstitutional. It will restore justice for lost Canadian families and Canadians who live, work, or study abroad and their second-generation born-abroad children should never be treated as lesser citizens. Mr. Speaker, when Bill C-3 went before the Standing Committee for Immigration and Citizenship, to say that I was disappointed in the amendments from the Conservatives supported by the Bloc is an understatement. Frankly, I actually don't understand why the Bloc had changed their position. When I was at that committee, I worked closely with the Bloc member. We were in agreement in making these changes, and somehow after the election, something happened. I don't know exactly what, but they flipped, and then they went and supported the Conservative motions. So it is with dismay that I have to stand here today to make these amendments and make these statements. Now, many Lost Canadian family members contacted me right after the committee, expressing frustration, anger, and dismay. I, too, share their views. Mr. Speaker, I have much to say on this topic in the last 10 years, and I have said much on this topic in the last 10 years. I've carried this file with me for years to finally bring it to the stage where we can ensure that Canada's citizenship laws are charter compliant was extremely important. And to see it dismantled the way it was at committee, it was frankly shocking. At this point, I think it would be most appropriate to put on the record the words of a Lost Canadian family in reaction to the Conservative and Bloc amendments to Bill C-3 at committee. This letter is from a woman named Majda Debaji, who represents the sentiments of many, many Lost Canadian families. I've received so many letters, so many calls from Lost Canadian family members about this. So let me just put their words on the public record. They say, overall, referring to the Conservative and the Bloc interventions, were framed around immigration anxiety rather than citizenship rights. A few points that stand out. They say, first, members of Parliament continue to conflate immigration and citizenship. Now, when they say members of Parliament, I want to be clear. They're referring to the Conservative members and the Bloc members at committee. Bill C-3 is not about granting citizenship to newcomers with tenuous ties to Canada. It is about restoring equal rights to Canadians who already have a genuine, demonstrable connection to their country. Canadians who live, study, or work abroad contribute meaningfully to Canada's global presence, economy, and values. They should be celebrated, not excluded. Second, the rhetoric around so-called, quote, Canadians of convenience has been weaponized to justify exclusionary amendments. That narrative is deeply harmful and frankly inaccurate. At one point, the member from Saskatoon West referred to people like me, quote, visitors to Canada. I found that remarkably insulting. It deepens the wounds inflicted by the first-generation rule, a policy that already fractured the identity and sense of belonging of thousands of Canadians abroad. I am a Canadian. I was raised in Ottawa and Whistler. I have lived and worked in Canada for most of my life. My Canadian identity is not conditional on geography, nor should my children's right to citizenship depend on political games. The notion that I am somehow less Canadian because I've lived internationally is offensive and contrary to the Charter principles of equality and mobility. The shift away from the cumulative 1095 days connection test to a consecutive day requirement within 5 years is unworkable, discriminatory, and unconstitutional. It disregards the modern realities of families who work and study, and it directly violates Section 6 of the Charter, which guarantees the right of all Canadian citizens to move, leave, and re-enter Canada freely. These amendments do not only harm Canadians abroad, they harm all Canadians. They erode the very principle of equal citizenship by creating a hierarchy of rights based on geography, and every Canadian's mobility rights are weakened. What is most frustrating is the politicking behind these changes. These amendments are being used as a proxy battle over immigration fears rather than a good faith debate on citizenship equality. The lack of preparation from some MPs and the eagerness to grandstand rather than legislate responsibly are infuriating. Mr. Speaker, I may add that at the committee, officials noted that these amendments, it is possible that a new class of lost Canadians could be created. So those are the sentiments, Mr. Speaker, of a lost Canadian family. And it is a reflection of many lost Canadian families. Those who's been harmed, those who took the government to court, those who were told that when they were pregnant and expecting a child during COVID, that they were somehow supposed to leave their families, travel back to Canada, find a place to stay, find a new healthcare team to deliver their child during COVID. That's what they were supposed to do, Mr. Speaker, just so that they can ensure their child can have citizenship. How does that even make sense, Mr. Speaker? It doesn't. And our laws has been discriminatory for more than a decade, ever since the Conservatives under the Harper regime stripped lost Canadians of their rights to pass on citizenship to second generation born abroad. Mr. Speaker, I want to be clear. In bringing these motions forward, there is no deal with the Liberal government. There is no quid pro quo. I don't have any lost Canadian family myself either, but I'm doing this because it is the right thing to do. It is an important thing to do. It is a Canadian thing to do. We should all be treated equally. No one should be treated as second-class citizens. Citizenship rights for those who are born with it, who are lucky enough to be born with it, yes, we should celebrate it and we should honor it. No question, Mr. Speaker. And of course, we shouldn't abuse it. But to penalize people who travel abroad, who work abroad, who study abroad, who fall in love abroad, and God forbid, should they have children abroad, they should not be penalized for it. And that's what these amendments do. And to restore those rights per the court ruling and bringing the bill to its original form, it is the right thing. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope that we can support these amendments so that we can all stand tall and proud that Canada's citizenship laws will finally be charter compliant. And let's not conflate immigrants' right to citizenship, to earn their citizenship, with that of Canadians' birthright, Mr. Speaker, and not let's fuel the current atmosphere of anti-immigrant, anti-migrant sentiments that's washing over from south of the border. We're better than that. Let's not fall prey to that. The Conservatives might not believe that because that's who they are. And maybe that's what it is. But I'm not. And I refuse to let that happen. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope that all members of this House will support these amendments so that we can stand tall and proud with our Canadian values intact.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. Le secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the passion that the member has expressed on this issue. I know it has been a very important issue for her personally for a good length of time. We know there's been individuals like Mr. Chapman and many others that have been really fighting the cause, advocating that we recognize the value of our citizenship and those that should have have the citizenship, Mr. Speaker, and it's pleased to see that we now have this bill before us. At least it's a very significant step forward to recognizing and giving the citizenship to many people that should have had it long ago. And I'm wondering if she can just provide her thoughts on how important it is that we finally get to a stage where people are going to be getting their citizenship.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I've been carrying this file for more than a decade. And as I said, I don't have lost Canadian families within my own family unit. My children are born in Canada. I am an immigrant, so I'm a first-generation born abroad individual, but my children are born here, so they are not impacted in any shape or form. But that doesn't matter. It matters because they are people who are lost Canadians in this context. And it is critically important to pass this legislation and back to its original form, and which is based on the amendments that were made to the Senate bills S245 that I had motivated. And it is also based on the government bill that later on was introduced in the last Parliament, Bill C-71, and here we are. It is morally, legally the right thing to do. That's why we have.
She said that the amendments were going to be anti-immigrant. But my question for her then is, if I go abroad and my children are born abroad and they decide to stay in that country, and if they have kids, would this legislation apply to them too, or just to immigrants? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Apply to second-generation born abroad children. That's what this is about. And second-generation born abroad children are people with the amendments that the Conservatives and the Bloc supported, treats them as though they're immigrants. That is the issue.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member from Vancouver East for her absolutely brilliant motions today. One of the concerns that I've had in the House is that I continue to see bills, people trying to pass bills in the House that violate human rights and actually violate the Constitution since this new government took power. Why is this a dangerous, slippery slope that we're participating in by not upholding our Constitution and international conventions that Canada has signed on to?
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank my colleague, first of all, for seconding my motions and for her ongoing advocacy for basic human rights, for not just Canadians, but for everyone across the globe. Her relentless, untiring tackling of basic human rights and fighting for basic human rights for all is who we are as Canadians. And so as we erode this, and this, by the way, on lost Canadians' citizenship birthrights has been deemed by the Ontario Superior Court as unconstitutional. In fact, the government has been forced to bring this legislation forward. They should have done it years ago without the court making the ruling, but they haven't done it, and the court has ruled that it is unconstitutional. So we have to rectify it, and again, I ask all members of this House to support my amendments.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Coquitlam, about 20 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like the member to speak a little bit more about how important it is for Canadians to be able to travel without putting their offspring at risk of citizenship.
The honourable member for Vancouver East, an equally short response.
Thank you. Minister, one day, soon, I hope. But on that note, Mr. Speaker, why is this important? Because Canadians are global citizens. We travel. We are a global country. And so when people travel and they study abroad and they work abroad, they should not be penalized for it. And that's why we need to fix the legislation right now.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. L'honorable député de Terrebonne.
The honourable member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start by saying that we are meeting today on the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people. I am pleased to speak today in support of Bill C-3 and to highlight how it strengthens the legislative framework for Canadian citizenship. Following second reading, the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration completed its review of the bill and heard from many witnesses. Many people want to know the exact number of people who will be affected by the coming into force of this legislation. What is the exact number of lost Canadians? The term lost Canadians has generally been used to describe people who lost or never acquired citizenship due to certain outdated provisions in citizenship legislation. Most of the cases of lost Canadians were addressed through the revisions to the Citizenship Act in 2009 and 2015. These reforms allowed some individuals to regain or to obtain Canadian citizenship if they had lost it. However, a small group of individuals and their descendants remain shut out. It is this group that is mainly targeted by Bill C-3. The bill also targets people who are not usually considered lost Canadians, such as those who were born or adopted abroad by Canadian parents who are citizens by descent and who are affected by the first generation rule that was implemented in 2009. One of the main reasons why we don't know the exact number of these lost Canadians or of citizens by descent is that the Government of Canada has not kept a record of births abroad since the Citizenship Act was enacted in 1977. There's no way of knowing about these births unless parents themselves contact IRCC. A Canadian parent can apply for a citizenship certificate for their child born abroad. In the case of a child born abroad, that same parent can apply for direct citizenship. This process allows the government to assess eligibility for citizenship on a case-by-case basis. As a result, the child's citizenship is based on its parents, not on the place of birth. It's not mandatory to require registration of birth abroad or to declare the parent's country of residence to establish citizenship. In short, registration is normally the responsibility of the country where the birth took place. As for IRCC, it is only informed of citizenship by descent cases when an application for proof of Canadian citizenship is filed either by the person concerned or by one of their parents. To better anticipate future applications, it may be useful to examine the number of past cases. Legislative amendments in 2009 and 2015, specifically targeting lost Canadians, enabled more than 20,000 people to connect with the department to obtain proof of citizenship after their status had been corrected. These legislative amendments resolve most of these cases. We know that the department did not see a huge rise in requests for proof of citizenship following these two sets of amendments. Some citizens lost their status for reasons related to the former rules for citizenship. Traditionally, on average, 35 to 40 requests per year were noted for the restoration of citizenship on a discretionary basis. But this is now declining and should continue to do so. For those affected by the first generation rule, who are eligible for the temporary measure, IRCC received approximately 4,200 applications between January 2024 and July 2025. These figures suggest that the remaining number of Canadians who've lost their citizenship and their descendants is relatively small, probably in the tens of thousands, and they should gradually assert their rights as they become aware of them. Let me now outline the objectives of Bill C-3 if it's passed. It grants citizenship to any person born abroad to a Canadian parent before the Act comes into force. It also applies to people who can't currently claim citizenship by descent because of the first generation limit, including lost Canadians and their descendants. Once the Act comes into force, any child born outside of the country to a Canadian parent who himself or herself was born abroad shall be considered a Canadian citizenship from birth. If the parents can prove a substantial connection to Canada. That is, a cumulative physical presence of 3 years in the country prior to the child's birth. We cannot predict how many children will be born abroad following the passage of this bill. However, as long as the Canadian parent is born outside of the country and established a physical presence in Canada for at least 3 years prior to the child's birth, they can pass on their citizenship to the child. Some committee members had important questions about foreign adoptions. To the extent possible, the government wants to continue to treat children adopted abroad and those born abroad in the same way, while following clear rules for the transmission of citizenship by parents. Any child adopted abroad by a Canadian parent before the new legislation came into force would now be eligible for direct citizenship, even if they had previously been excluded due to the first-generation rule. The committee carefully analyzed these measures, and the bill remains the fairest and most practical solution at this stage. In December 2023, the Ontario Superior Court of Justice ruled that key aspects of the first-generation rule are unconstitutional. It suspended its decision until November 20th, 2025 to give Parliament time to create a new framework. If the bill is not passed by that date, Canadian citizenship could be granted indefinitely to future generations born outside Canada with no time limit and no actual requirement for a substantial connection. That said, some groups will continue to be disadvantaged by the restriction of citizenship by descent to the first generation only. Many of them will not become citizens or will not have access to citizenship because of the application of the order before the application of Bill C-3. These would include persons adopted abroad by a Canadian parent beyond the first generation, those lost Canadians under Section 8 who lost their citizenship status on the basis of the 28-year rule. Some individuals born abroad before April 1st, 1949. This scenario would create uncertainty for families legally and complicate the application of the Citizenship Act, and that is why it's critical to pass Bill C-3 quickly. Mr. Speaker, I hope these explanations will clarify Bill C-3 and pave the way for its adoption so that the remaining lost Canadians can have their citizenship restored, so that access to citizenship by descent beyond the first generation can be expanded in a clear and inclusive way, so that we can avoid having more lost Canadians in the future. The passage of this bill will mean Canada has taken a decisive step forward with regard to Canadians stripped of their citizenship and to strengthen the integrity of its citizenship framework for generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, my understanding is that the Liberals are about to remove an amendment the committee made to include a language requirement in this bill. So language is a unifier in Canada, and the Conservatives worked with the Bloc Québécois to ensure that somebody who is receiving citizenship through this chain migration bill would at least have to pass a language test that's similar to somebody who's receiving citizenship through naturalization. Why would the Liberals support an amendment or table an amendment that creates a two-tier citizenship class and one that denigrates Canada's language rights as it relates to citizenship acquisition?
Good question. Member from Terrebonne.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for her excellent question. In Canada, we have two official languages which we want to protect. In this case, we're talking about correcting a problem that was caused by a framework, and legislatively, we need to give these citizens the right to citizenship. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Bourassa.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague, the member for Terrebonne, for her eloquence and her speech. Let's talk about the substantial connection test that is required for those people who are second-generation Canadians. Why is it that that is a requirement after the passage of the bill, but not for those who were born prior to the passage of the legislation? The member for Terrebonne. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Actually, this legislation guarantees that in the future there will be reasonable limits to the capacity to pass on citizenship. Substantial connection strikes a balance between finding a way to ascertain the rights and privileges that people have to citizenship, and also addresses the issues of the lost Canadians due to this issue of first generation. The honourable member for Gaspésie, les Îles de la Madeleine, Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the amendments that were voted on in committee, there is the idea of correcting the injustices, but also to set a framework so that the people who do end up becoming Canadians actually have a substantial connection, have a real link to Canada. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say. What about the idea of an annual report to see what the effect of this bill will be? My friend is saying a few thousand people, but the parliamentary budget officer is talking about over 100,000 people over the first few years. It would be good if you're going to adopt a bill to make sure you understand the numbers. Why go against transparency and accountability in this bill? The honourable member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague across the way for his question. On the contrary, this legislation is aiming for transparency. Most of those people who have been dispossessed of their citizenship have had their cases corrected through legislative amendments. We've received about 40,000 requests and over the last few years, and 80% of these are from people born abroad, and we will follow up on these.
For Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. You know, this was court ordered. Why is it dangerous for parliamentarians not to uphold court orders, but also to do it in a manner that violates our Constitution, which in fact is the rule of law? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. But this bill aims to respond to the court's requests and will mean that the department will be able to move forward in a fair way.
For Calgary, Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What a mess. What we are dealing with today is an abject mess. The Liberals, I have to explain to people who might be watching what's happened and what we're dealing with here today. So the Liberals had a court ruling. There was a court ruling at a lower court that said that something called the first generation limit of citizenship by descent could go on indefinitely. So previously, under our previous Conservative government, we put in place a rule that said if somebody is going to pass down their citizenship to a child born abroad, that they could only do that for one generation. That somebody who obtains citizenship by descent has to have a substantive connection to Canada. And this was done in the late aughts to prevent something called citizenship of convenience, as we saw in cases in the 2000s where Canada was called to evacuate people who had never paid taxes, who had Canadian citizenship, who had never really been in Canada, but had acquired citizenship just through descent. When Canada evacuated some of these people, most of them just went back, okay? So that's why the first generation limit was put in place. And rather than challenge the court ruling, the Liberals were like, yeah, okay, we'll just agree with the court. Now, one of my colleagues, I can't actually believe this, said, well, why would the government challenge a court ruling? Why would we do that? Well, Parliament is supreme. In fact, the correct answer from the government on that, which is, I can't believe they didn't know this, is that per section 9125 of the Constitution Act, Parliament has the authority to amend the Citizenship Act to impose new restrictions on how citizenship is acquired in our country. And why does Parliament have the right to do that, Mr. Speaker? Why does Parliament have the imperative to do that? Because Canadian citizenship has value. And it shouldn't be appointed judges. It shouldn't be anybody other than duly elected representatives talking about what restrictions we place on how somebody obtains Canadian citizenship. And that's why we have the Citizenship Act. There are actually limits right now and rules for how people can acquire Canadian citizenship. But, Mr. Speaker, about a decade ago, when the Liberals came into power, and on a lot of the far left principles that we see in the NDP, they espouse something called post-nationalism. And this is an ideological belief, and the former Prime Minister actually said this, that there is no national identity in Canada. There's no national identity. There's now a Minister of National Identity in the Liberal Party who said that there's no one way to be Canadian. Then the new Prime Minister said during the election campaign, when asked what does it mean to be Canadian, he said to be not American. So, we're at a juncture in our history, in the country right now, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, where I see, and this should concern all of parliamentarians, our social fabric of our country breaking down because of a decade where we have seen from federal leaders in this country is that concept of post-nationalism, that there is no national identity, that there is no value to our citizenship, that we can just eliminate first-generation rules and allow people to obtain citizenship by descent in a way that is easier than people who have naturalized to this country. So, this is why Conservatives worked with the Bloc Québécois to amend this disastrous chain migration bill at committee. Conservatives put forward some very common sense amendments to try and ensure that people who are obtaining citizenship by descent through this chain migration bill would have to go through the same processes that somebody who is obtaining citizenship through naturalization, so at the very least, we're not creating a two-tier citizenship acquisition system in this country. Okay? So the amendments that we put forward, and I want to thank my Bloc colleagues for working with us and passing these amendments, were very common sense. So we sought to harmonize the residency requirements that somebody has to have to obtain citizenship through naturalization with citizenship by descent. So they have to at least live 3 out of 5 years in order to have the provisions in this bill apply to their descendants. That seems reasonable to me. It's a reasonable amendment. The second thing that we did was we amended the bill to have a language acquisition requirement. The same language acquisition requirement that we require people who want to obtain citizenship through naturalization. The exact same wording that's already in the Citizenship Act. We said, hey, this is reasonable. Why? Because language is a unifier, and language is part of our national identity. There are 2 official languages in Canada. They are very important to what it means to be Canadian. They're actually just integral and core, especially in Quebec, especially in other parts of the country where there is a whole concept of national identity that is firmly entrenched and attached to language. So we made that amendment. It's common sense. It's the same that's already in the Citizenship Act. Then we also said, hey, maybe somebody should have to take a citizenship test. The same requirement that somebody would have to do who wants to naturalize to Canada, that they should take a citizenship test so that they have to read the Citizenship Guide and have a basic understanding of what Canada is, what our rules are, and the fact that our national identity needs to be rooted in the fact that we all have a duty, not just privileges associated with citizenship, but responsibilities. And these are things that are taken right from the Citizenship Guide, Mr. Speaker. For example, the requirement to abandon violent and extreme ideology upon coming to Canada. Anybody who is Canadian or who wants to be Canadian must abandon violent and extreme ideology. It's right in the Citizenship Guide. So we amended it to have a citizenship test. The same as what, Mr. Speaker? Somebody who wants to obtain citizenship through naturalization. We also, as my Bloc colleague just raised in a question earlier, we wanted a report to Parliament on how many people have been given citizenship by descent through the fact that the Liberals did not challenge this ruling. They could have challenged this ruling. They chose not to. They chose unlimited citizenship by descent with residency requirements that are weaker than what people who naturalize to this country have to have. You know, I think the reason why I have this so fired up is I have watched through a decade of Liberal post-nationalism, and they haven't just said this, they've operationalized it by eroding our democratic institutions. You know, when you see their catch and release bail policies over the last year and the crime that's wrought on our streets, right? It's the erosion of the justice system. Their censorship bills that they've put in place, the erosion of free speech. These democratic institutions. While we might not agree on certain types of policy or how to get to certain types of outcomes, if those democratic institutions are eroded through a post-national ideology, and we tell the world that our citizenship does not have value by gutting common sense amendment like this, it will further erode the social fabric of our country. And what is the outcome of that? It erodes Canada's pluralism. The only way that pluralism and multiculturalism can exist is through a democracy where you have strong respect for rule of law, strong respect for institutions like freedom of speech, and unifying things like language. So for the Liberals today, mark my words, Speaker, today, for the Liberals to continue their far-left post-nationalism by gutting common sense amendments on things like language requirements, it will only further degrade Canada's pluralism. We're at a moment in history where we have to start restoring the value of Canadian citizenship, not further degrading it, Mr. Speaker. And I beg colleagues to ensure that the amendments that were passed in a multi-partisan way at committee are kept so that we can keep the value of Canadian citizenship and reverse the decade of damage that far-left liberal post-national ideology has done to the value of Canadian citizenship and our pride and national identity. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you. I thank the member for her speech. She seems to indicate that she said that Parliament is supreme and we should therefore ignore the ruling of the court. I would suggest to her that rather it is the Charter of Rights and Freedoms that is supreme, and it is the role of the court to advise parliamentarians when our laws exceed the capacity of the Charter. So I would ask the member to comment on that, please.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
The Liberals rolled over on a court ruling. They said that Parliament shouldn't have a debate on this. They allowed the first-generation limit to just be eliminated by a lower court. If they were truly, Parliament is supreme. I cited the act, the part of our laws where we have the right to determine what Canadian citizenship is, and they took that debate away from us. They just said, "Yep, they had to extend the limit on the court ruling because they had screwed up so badly that they didn't have anything in place to prevent unlimited citizenship by descent." That's preposterous. If they think that the court ruling should not be challenged, then why are we here? Why don't we just give everything to the judges? No.
Question and commentaire.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Gaspésie, Les Îles de la Madeleine, Listagouge. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like my colleague noted, this is a debate about major democratic questions. What is the role of the legislative and the judiciary? The judiciary, these institutions studied what link a Canadian should have to their country if they were born abroad, and we came up with a consensus. That's the job of the legislators. Otherwise, we have a government by judges, and we don't want to see that. I would ask my learned colleague what it says about democracy if the work of a committee is entirely overruled before the bill gets to the House.
I can't wrap my brain around what's happening. We've had members of Parliament stand up in here today and say that we should never, as Parliament, exercise the authority that our constituents have given to us when a court has ruled on something. We have the power to make legislation. We have the power in our charter to overturn court rulings. The Liberals made a deliberate choice not to challenge legislation that speaks to the value of Canadian citizenship and how something so precious can be applied. They essentially eliminated rules for that. That's bananas. That is antithetical to the principle of parliamentary supremacy. And I am so proud to stand here and say Canadian citizenship has value. It's worth having this debate in the House of Commons. I believe there should be a language requirement. I believe there should be security checks. I believe that there should be a citizenship test. And anybody who doesn't, they need to give their head a shake.
Comments, the Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Nose Hill for the passion and the knowledge that she brings to this debate. And my question is why? She just touched on, there's so much value to Canadian citizenship that's recognized around the world. Why do we want to cheapen it? Why does this government want to cheapen it, Mr. Speaker?
Calgary Nose Hill.
Over the last decade, we've heard a lot about what Canada can give to the world. We had the Citizenship and Immigration Department tweet essentially that Canada's the walk-in clinic for the world last week. It's about time this place starts talking about what the responsibilities are of being a citizen as well. Respect for rule of law, upholding freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, right to worship without persecution, Mr. Speaker, or fear. And those things are a threat right now, and it's because of 10 years of this government erasing our national symbols, saying that in order for us to move forward, we have to constantly and just wallow in the past. I'm not saying that there aren't things that we shouldn't be correcting, but if we are not talking about the responsibilities associated with citizenship, our pluralism will not survive.
For a brief question, member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, you know, the reason why we're here is because the Conservatives, more than a decade ago, brought in a law that is in violation of the Charter. I know the member is a feminist, and you know who this violation hits the most? Women. That's what the court found. So if we stand with women and their rights, why would we not ensure these amendments are passed?
Member for Calgary Nose Hill, a very brief answer.
Why? Well, because the member opposite is so radically far left and so post-national that she believes that people who get citizenship by descent should not have to take a citizenship test, which includes things like female genital mutilation is a barbaric practice, or that people need to reject violent and extreme ideology. They are heckling at me for the...
Order. Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Gaspésie, les Îles de la Madeleine, Listugouge. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, we are debating Bill C-3, an act to amend the Citizenship Act. This is a response to a court ruling. In 2009, so to give you a little bit of context, the Harper government amended the Citizenship Act to prevent citizenship from being passed down beyond the second generation for children born outside Canada to Canadian parents. In December 2023, the Superior Court of Ontario overruled these sections of the Citizenship Act on the grounds that they would violate Section 6 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which guarantees freedom of movement, ensuring that all Canadians have the right to remain, enter, or leave Canada, and Section 15 of the Charter, the right to equality. Parties challenging the act represented 7 families that had been discriminated against under that act. And the court recognized that the new version of the act was unfair, especially for women who had to choose whether to pass down citizenship or keep their child's birthplace. The case of the Brooke Bjorkquist family illustrates the problem. The child was born in Geneva in 2010 to Canadian parents working for the government abroad. The child was born to 2 Canadian parents and came back to Canada at age 1, but under the Citizenship Act, she could not follow her parents' career path, working abroad and giving birth to a child there, because that would have prevented Canadian citizenship from being passed on to her child. This is clearly absurd. This lady happened to have been born in Switzerland due to her parents working abroad. But despite that, basically her entire life had been lived in Canada. And this bill aims at correcting these injustices. That's why the Bloc supported the bill at second reading. Now, the bill is coming back from the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration for a report stage debate. So we have a simple question to ask ourselves. What are parliamentary committees even for? The committee studied 26 briefs, heard 14 witnesses, held 2 meetings, and worked for 4 hours. Then it sent the bill back to the House with 9 amendments. Those 9 amendments were passed by a majority of committee members. What are parliamentary committees for under the context of the current minority government? Are they a useless bit of ceremony that the House can simply overturn at will? Or are committees rather a place where the will of the public can be expressed? In April, I will remind you, the public elected more opposition leaders, MPs rather, than government MPs. Is that a message? The people did not want to give power to one party. They wanted other parties to take part in the creation of legislation. Yvonne Pinard, president of the Privy Council, said the following about committees on November 29, 1982. Experience has shown that smaller and more flexible committees, when entrusted with interesting matters, can have a very positive impact on the development of our parliamentary system, upgrade the role of members of parliament, sharpen their interest, and, this is the main point, ultimately enable this institution, so committees, to produce much more enlightened measures that better meet the wishes of the Canadian people. This act, as amended by the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration, contains more enlightened measures that, in our view, better meet the wishes of the people. Now the government wants to go back over the bill and undo the improvements that we made in committee. The amendments being proposed in the House come from the government, but they also come from a member of a non-recognized party. Even though that party is not recognized, its members should have the right to take part in the creation of laws. No one could argue with that. But how much influence should they have? Should they be able to completely upend the work of a parliamentary committee? Should they be able to simply do away with votes that took place in a committee? This seems at odds with the message we received from the electorate, an electorate that wanted to give more power to opposition parties. So that brings us back around to the question I asked earlier. What are committees even for? The Bloc is asking for the work of parliamentary committees to be respected. We think that this is a question of parliamentary democracy, respect for voters, and we also think that the amendments that we passed in committee improve this bill. The Bloc supports the bill in its amended form. The reason the bill was amended was to align the requirements for citizenship transmission to those applied to naturalized citizens who go through the immigration system. C3 asked for citizenship to be transmitted to children if their parents have spent at least 1,095 days in Canada over an indeterminate period before their child was born. We supported an amendment that would have hemmed in this 1,095-day criterion. It would have imposed a 5-year time frame. That is what is already the case for someone wanting to obtain citizenship through immigration. The amendment would ensure that injustices are corrected while, at the same time, new citizens have a real, substantial link to their new country. We also supported an amendment which would require persons over 18 to meet additional requirements. The requirements currently imposed on naturalized citizens. They would have to pass a language test, a citizenship test, and a security clearance. Another amendment in the committee required reporting mechanisms. There would need to be reports tabled in Parliament on the number of people who receive citizenship under the new Act. We need to understand the effect of the new Act, after all. According to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, the new rules risk creating 150,000 new Canadian citizens in the next 5 years. That's larger than the entire population of Gaspésie and the Magdalen Islands. It's larger than most ridings represented in this House. We are talking about a lot of people. So I think we should know what we're going into. We believe our amendments are in line with the court ruling requiring that there be a substantial link to Canada. By aligning the naturalization requirements for second-generation children born abroad with those obtaining citizenship through immigration, we will ensure a level playing field. Now, the government and a member from the unrecognized party are trying to reset the committee amendments, except for the three requirements: the security clearance, the French test, and the citizenship test for persons aged 18 to 55. So we keep that at least. But in general, the government's amendments are aimed at undoing the work of a majority of committee members. They would return the bill to its initial pre-committee state. This means that if one parent has spent 1,095 days in Canada over an indeterminate period before the birth of their child, the child will be able to obtain citizenship by descent. That means we would have wanted the parent to spend roughly 3 out of the 5 years before the birth of their child in Canada, and in our view, that is entirely reasonable. The amendments would also get rid of the requirement to table an annual report on the number of citizens who obtain citizenship through this bill. Why would anyone oppose a transparency mechanism? Why would anyone refuse to understand the effect of this new act on the number of Canadian citizens? I have no explanation to offer. So for this reason, we will be voting against the amendments moved by the government and the member at report stage. These amendments would remove important safeguards that were put in place by a majority of parliamentary committee members. We want to correct injustices, but we do not want to create an overly large loophole that would erode the value of Canadian citizenship. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We'll go to statements by members, and the member will have 5 minutes for questions and comments when we return. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada's housing crisis demands urgent action to lower costs and expand access to affordable and sustainable homes. Recently, the federal government, together with the city of Hamilton, celebrated the completion of 82 new homes on Queenston Street in Hamilton Centre. But our work didn't stop there. We also marked the groundbreaking of a 40-unit supportive housing project on Gage Avenue North for Indigenous people transitioning out of homelessness by investing $12 million. We are also proud to join Kiwanis Homes next week for the launch of their new project on Barton Street East, again in Hamilton Centre. We are working with community partners to build homes at a rate not seen since the Second World War. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, recently I got the honour to pay tribute to the Women's Royal Navy Service, also known as the Wrens, at their 83rd anniversary of their training establishment in my hometown of Cambridge. Established in 1942, HMCS Conestoga was located in a former detention centre for wayward girls. The facility, originally meant to punish women, was transformed into a place to empower them. Their courage was equal to any sailors, yet for too long their story were untold. Stories such as that of Isabel McNeil, who was trained here before going on to be the Navy's first female commanding officer. We remember not only the Wrens, but all who gave the ultimate sacrifice for country. Within the House of Commons lies a simple, dark room, and in that room are books with the name of every single Canadian who gave their life to fight for freedom. If ever you visit Ottawa, I welcome you to pay tribute to the heroes in these pages in the room of remembrance.
The Honourable Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Mont-Saint-Bruno-L'Acadie. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to highlight an amazing initiative by 4 women from Carrefour pour Elles, a shelter for women who are victims of domestic violence. From October 24th to 26th, Dali, Taime, Maxime, and Amélie are going to take on a huge challenge, a 48-hour relay by bike to raise awareness about domestic violence and to collect funds to support the women and children housed at their shelter. This collective act of kindness and pushing beyond one's own limits reflects these women's deep commitment to their community. On behalf of my riding, I warmly congratulate them and invite everyone to support this worthy cause. Thank you.
Nowaskana.
Mr. Speaker, Remembrance Day is all about thanking Canada's war veterans and remembering those who never came home. Sadly, Canada's Second World War veterans are getting fewer and fewer. Recently, Regina lost its last remaining World War II veteran. Ozzie Lackness enlisted in the Royal Canadian Navy in 1943, shortly after his 20th birthday. He went on to serve as a quartermaster on the HMCS St. Stephen, guarding supply convoys as they crossed the hazardous U-boat-infested North Atlantic waters. After the war was over, Ozzie went on to live a fulfilling life, farming near Govan, Saskatchewan, starting a family with his wife Rita, and enjoying curling in his spare time. His funeral will be held tomorrow at St. Mary's Parish Hall in Regina. As the number of World War II veterans becomes fewer and fewer, I encourage all Canadians to take the time to thank a veteran of the Second World War while they are still with us.
The Honourable Member for London Centre.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I rise to honour the incredible contributions of Joanne Fisher, who in the early 1980s opened up a small women's fashion boutique that has become Hangar 9, a name and a store that is synonymous with quality in our community, a clothing store that has catered to the community for all these years. She has since operated that store with her daughters, Lisa, Denise, and Rachel. And so on this 40th anniversary of Hangar 9, I salute their efforts. Entrepreneurship is a great thing, Mr. Speaker. We're so valued to have entrepreneurs in my community of London and throughout the country, in fact, that continue to make a contribution. Small business is the backbone of our economy, Mr. Speaker, and Hangar 9 is a testament to that. I invite the community to attend the special retrospective that's been planned, where memories of the past 40 years will be shared by all of those at Hangar 9. They are in our absolute debt, Mr. Speaker. They've done such a great thing. I wish them all the very best going forward. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
First responders, nurses, and healthcare workers serve and protect our communities. They run towards danger, they heal our broken bones, and they hold our hand as we take our last breath. But what we've seen in the last 48 hours by this Liberal government using our frontline heroes as political pawns is shameful. I received this message from a first responder late last night. This week, I was so hopeful that political agendas would be put aside to pass a bill that has been unanimously supported 3 times and should have passed in the last Parliament. Now our safety is once again being used as a bargaining chip in a bill that will never pass in a minority Parliament. I'm saddened to see my government act like this. I gave my life to a career that has destroyed me. Mr. Speaker, violence is not part of their job description. The Liberals tying the safety of our first responders and healthcare workers to an omnibus bill that will never pass is disgusting. Does a first responder or nurse actually have to lose their life before they'll take it seriously?
The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Speaker, thank you very much. And I really want to take this opportunity to remind members that 10 years ago we were at the height of refugee crisis from Syria, where thousands and thousands of people coming. And my community here in Ottawa and Ottawa Centre really responded by stepping up and welcoming so many refugees. And out of that anniversary really comes the story of Refugee 613, an incredible organization that was created to help Syrian refugees settle and build better lives right here in Canada. And they have done a tremendous job in helping not only Syrian refugees, but so many refugees over the years. And just this week, they celebrated their 10th anniversary of just building an incredible community. I want to take this opportunity to thank Louisa Taylor and all the volunteers and the staff at Refugee 613 in building a thoughtful, more inclusive community here in Ottawa and benefiting all of our country. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
According to this week's Attorney General report, the Liberal government continues to fall short on getting the Canadian Armed Forces the personnel and equipment they need to succeed. The report shows the military is short 7,000 housing units and plans to build more are woefully insufficient. Only 1 in 13 people who apply to join complete the process, and yet we are short 13,000 troops. This will see an 81% shortage in critical trades for over 10 years. And the more we discuss at Defence Committee, the worse it gets. Yesterday I confirmed that despite creating a whole new bureaucracy to streamline military procurement, led by a banker friend of the Prime Minister who may have multiple conflicts of interest, the new Defence Investment Agency will not deal with the F-35 project, the largest military procurement in Canadian history. According to the Secretary of State for Defence Procurement, the F-35 report is complete and in the Prime Minister's hands, but the decision is still under review. How much longer must the Air Force wait for the fighter jets they desperately need? Our military embodies leadership and decisive action. When will the Liberals?
The honourable member for Beauharnois, Salaberry, Soulanges, Huntingdon. Mr. Speaker, during National Autonomous Community Action Week, we pay tribute today to the thousands of organizations all across Quebec that work with passion and determination to build a more just, inclusive, and supportive society. These groups, rooted in their communities, are essential pillars of our social fabric. They defend rights, support vulnerable people, promote civic engagement, and fight against inequality. Their autonomy is a strength. It allows them to act freely based on the real needs of their communities. During this week of recognition, let us salute their unwavering commitment, creativity, and resilience. So, on behalf of the Bloc Québécois, thank you to the 54,000 professionals in the Autonomous Community Action Network and the 4,500 organizations that day after day bring these spaces of hope and social transformation to life.
Member for Markham Stouffville.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. During this Women's History Month, members of this House may be surprised to know that until 1969 it was criminal in Canada for physicians to prescribe oral contraceptives for women for the actual purpose of contraception. However, some brave physicians who felt that every child should be a wanted child were defying this prohibition before 1969. One of them was Dr. Marion Powell. Dr. Powell established the first municipally funded birth control clinic in Canada in 1966, when she was the country's first ever female medical officer of health. I worked with Marion in the 1970s and 80s when she was director of the Bay Centre for Birth Control, a clinic which is still operated by Women's College Hospital in Toronto to this day. She was my mentor, and she encouraged me to become a medical officer of health. As we celebrate Women's History Month, I wish to express my gratitude to Dr. Powell for her pioneering work in advancing women's health in Canada.
The honourable member for Ponoka, Tisbury.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Prime Minister once said that he'd be judged by the prices Canadians pay at the grocery store. Well, Canadians have judged him, and Canadians are paying the price. Food inflation up 4%. Vegetables up 2%, sugar up more than 9%, meat up 6%, and beef 14%. And what's the government's so-called plan? Spend more, tax more, and call it affordability. Their hidden food taxes on fuel, food packaging, and production show up on the receipt as higher prices for everyone. Well, at least everyone that has to pay for their own groceries. And Canadians feel it every single time they shop for food. When will Liberals get it through their head that the more they spend, the more inflation goes up? The more inflation goes up, the more the prices go up for Canadians. Canadians shouldn't have to go hungry because Liberals don't understand basic economics.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, Today, I have the honor to recognize Treat Accessibly. Earlier this month, I joined their founder, Rich Padullo, in Stittsville in my riding of Carleton to participate in the vision to make Halloween accessible for children with disabilities. A street in the community was transformed into a Halloween village, and neighbors set up tables at the end of driveways, enabling children with limited mobility to trick or treat without barriers. I want to thank the Padullo family, Rich, Natasha, and their daughter Sienna, for their work with communities across Canada to bring treats into the streets and create inclusive spaces where everyone can participate in Halloween. Treat Accessibly is a reminder that inclusion is not a barrier, but an opportunity. I will continue to show up and be supportive of all organizations like Treat Accessibility to create conditions for all Canadians to thrive.
The honourable member for Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister told a room full of students that they're going to have to make sacrifices. But young Canadians have already sacrificed enough. They've already sacrificed the dream of home ownership. In 2015, the median age to buy your first home was only 31. And today, after 10 years of Liberal failure, it's 38, with some provinces as high as 40. Young Canadians have sacrificed their careers, with youth unemployment at all-time highs. And nearly half of young Canadians have sacrificed by delaying starting a family or not even having one altogether. The ancient Greeks told the story of the Titan Kronos eating his own children. I hope that isn't why the Prime Minister said that we are Athens. Sacrificing our children's future isn't good economic policy. It's wrong. Our parents and our grandparents worked hard to make a better life for us, but for the first time in our history, they're saying that this generation is not better off than the last. If that isn't a testament to 10 years of Liberal failure, I don't know what is.
The honourable member for Deputy Terrebonne.
The honourable member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, on October 2nd, I had the great pleasure of swearing in the student government of Des Rives Secondary School in my riding. Today, I had the honour of welcoming them to Parliament so they could see firsthand how our democracy works. 36 students have taken part in this visit, accompanied by their teachers, Luc Meba and Isabelle Marion, to whom I had the privilege of presenting the Parliamentary Medal in recognition of their outstanding commitment to this civics initiative. The members of the government are Sarah Rachel Acosta Rodriguez, Prime Minister, Carl Xavier Jeudi, Deputy Prime Minister, Mirari Lizeth Rodas Caballero, President, Amélie Anne Guillet, Representative, and Asil Tadja, Representative. I wish them every success in their duties. By representing their classmates to the administration, they're learning about the principles of democracy and preparing to become engaged and responsible citizens. Thank you.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Sturgeon River.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this week, the Prime Minister told a room full of students that they need to make sacrifices. Evidently, from the Prime Minister's globalist, jet-setting vantage point, young Canadians have never had it so good. He couldn't be more wrong. He couldn't be more out of touch.
That's right.
If the Prime Minister had any grip on reality, he would know that after 10 years of these Liberals, young Canadians have sacrificed enough. They've sacrificed with skyrocketing food costs. They have sacrificed without jobs in the face of the worst employment numbers in 30 years. And they have sacrificed the dream of owning a home, with home ownership unattainable for 3/4 of young Canadians. Instead of lecturing young Canadians, perhaps the Prime Minister should get a grip, own up to 10 years of Liberal failure, and reverse course on his disastrous policies.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In this month of women's history, I'd like to congratulate a woman in my riding from Trois-Rivières on her appointment as Senior Director of Business Operations for the Professional Women's Hockey League. This appointment is a testament not only to her expertise and commitment to the development of women's hockey, but also to the influence of Trois-Rivières talent across North America and the involvement of women in sports, both on the field and behind the scenes. As enthusiasm for women's hockey grows around the world, her leadership will undoubtedly help consolidate the PWHL's place on the international stage and inspire a new generation of young players. Once again, congratulations on this great achievement Trois-Rivières can be proud to have one of our own in such an important position. Congratulations, Marie-Christine Boucher.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
The Prime Minister broke his promise to negotiate a trade deal with the Americans. But what have the Canadians got for all of the Prime Minister's talk? Higher tariffs than when he was elected, thousands upon thousands of jobs lost, and concession after concession with nothing in return for Canadians. And now the U.S. President has terminated negotiations with Canada, and the Prime Minister says this morning that they're making great progress. In what world is the termination of negotiations great progress? When will the Prime Minister deliver the deal he promised?
Yeah.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, for months, we have been drawing the distinction between what we can and what we cannot control, including trade policy of the United States, which has fundamentally shifted. We remain ready to restart negotiations. At the same time, we are building Canada strong. We are diversifying our supply chains with major economies in the Indo-Pacific. We are reducing internal barriers to trade, and we are getting off the ground national projects, which I may remind the opposition they voted against. Thank you.
The member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Canadians don't have time for these Liberals to play catch-up. What have we got from the Prime Minister since his last trip to the White House? It was 5,000 auto jobs lost. What other jobs do we have to sacrifice? 100 jobs in Maitland that have gone to the United States, hundreds of forestry workers, 900 jobs in Imperial Oil that aren't coming back, all while Canadians are suffering with an affordability crisis that's been fueled by higher taxes under these Liberals and inflationary policies that have driven food prices up at the grocery store. He's telling young Canadians they need to make sacrifices. When is he going to deliver on his promise with a deal?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, it's surprising that the member opposite doesn't recognize that this government has been there to support industry and affected sectors with a $5 billion strategic response fund, Mr. Speaker, and $10 billion for liquidity management. At the same time, 80% of our trade is covered by an existing free trade agreement. At the same time, we are reducing internal barriers to trade to add up to $200 billion to the Canadian economy. We urge the opposition to get on board and stand united and build Canada strong.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent à Cahuenrac. Mr. Speaker, this morning, another broken promise from the Prime Minister. He said there would be an agreement, there would be no tariffs. Well, what? Over the last 6 months, we've had nothing but tariffs. And dozens of thousands of jobs lost in Canada because of these tariffs. What did we learn this morning? Well, Trump has canceled negotiations. What was the direct response by the Prime Minister? He said, we're making progress. What does that mean? What planet does he live in? Millions of people are waiting for an agreement, but there's none. How can he defend what is inexcusable? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, for months now, we have been saying how important it is to make a distinction between the things we can and we cannot control. Now, we are prepared to start negotiations up again, but we ourselves can act here for nation-building projects to build the Canadian economy by diversifying our economy while we are building supply chains. We will be here for Canada strong. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent à Cahuenrac. Here in Canada, the Minister is saying here in Canada, but is she even aware of what's going on in Canada? In the Montreal region, 300 people lost their jobs at PACCAR. That's over 5,000 employees in the auto sector that have lost their job in Canada. What about aluminum, softwood lumber, steel, auto? Thousands of Quebecers are waiting for an answer from the government. And the government is saying we're making progress? The negotiations are over, according to Trump. When will the government act in a responsible way? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the opposition knows that we are here for Canadians, including Quebecers. We are here with support for the auto industry, for the softwood lumber industry, for the industry overall, with $5 million with a strategic fund At the same time, we will be diversifying our supply chains. We will be building the Canadian economy. And we will be here for Canada. Canada strong. Will he be on our side?
Honourable Member for Bowmanville, Oshawa North.
Mr. Speaker, last week I traveled to 4 university campuses to hear from Canadian students, many of them feeling very anxious about their futures in this economy. This week, I watched the Prime Minister speak to a group of students and lecture them on the need to make sacrifices as if they already haven't been asked to do so. His speech was tone-deaf and out of touch. Right. Will the Prime Minister commit today to getting spending under control and stop putting the next generation of Canadians into even more debt?
Great question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Secretary of State for Labour, Children and Youth.
Mr. Speaker, our government has said that we're going to be making generational investments in the upcoming budget. Generational because we know that youth are at the heart of Canada's future, and we have a plan to ensure that they succeed. It's why we're going to be creating tens of thousands of jobs through major projects that the Conservatives call pathetic. It's why we are going to be building Canada Homes, creating new affordable homes for young people that the Conservatives call shacks, Mr. Speaker, or why we continue to invest in things that support our young people, like our national school food program, which yesterday the Conservatives called garbage, Mr. Speaker. When will they actually stand up for Canada's youth?
The Honourable Member for Bowmanville, Oshawa North.
The Canadian people can see more empty Liberal promises, more generational word salad, all of which adds up to more spending and more debt thrust upon the next generation of Canadian dreamers, builders, strivers, and hustlers. The Prime Minister should not be lecturing young people about sacrifice. He should be listening to them and hearing their stories. Will the Prime Minister, again, I'm going to ask, Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister commit today to getting spending under control so young people can afford to get ahead in life?
Great question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, opportunities for young people is exactly what this government is creating. Just yesterday in that member's riding, we announced a major project that's moving forward with $2 billion worth of investment that will create 18,000 jobs across Durham region. 3,700 of them full-time jobs, and provide clean power to 1.2 million Canadians. Can the member opposite from Bowmanville not stand up and actually support those opportunities for once?
Order, order.
The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, Donald Trump has broken off negotiations. We're far from reaching an agreement, despite what the Liberal saviors promised during the elections. Sure, there are some things that are unpredictable, but some things Ottawa can control, namely how to protect our people. Right now, aid for the lumber industry has not come through. We've lost 300 jobs at PACCAR because of tariffs on trucks, and at the same time, Ottawa is making EI more difficult to access. With relations with Washington at an all-time low, what will the Prime Minister do to ensure that Quebecers are not paying the price for Canada's failures? The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, we've always known that the situation would be unstable. We are making every effort to be a steady hand. We will continue to support the industry and workers. We realize that unprecedented investments are essential to support our labour force. We've provided for $5 million in the Strategic Intervention Fund. We are signing agreements with countries to build a strong economy. The member for Gaspésie, les Îles de la Médiane, Ouest Gauche. It's all well and good to want to diversify our trading partners within 10 years, as the Prime Minister claims, but for workers at PACCAR, in our sawmills, in our aluminum smelters, in our steel mills, 10 years is an eternity. The Prime Minister has an obligation to deliver results for Quebecers who have this hanging over their heads. Talks of diversification must translate into contracts and job creation. Support for industries and workers must be flexible and accessible more swiftly. When will we see results? The Honourable Minister. Once again, Mr. Speaker, we stand among the best in the G7 for business. We are strengthening our partnerships in Europe, in the Indo-Pacific region, in Africa too. This is why we have signed an agreement, a historic trade agreement with Indonesia that will create jobs here in our country as well. This is not just an agreement. We're talking about wages for Canadians, and we are here to build the Canadian economy, build Canada strong. Will they be here with us? The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, the lumber industry does not have 10 years to wait for the Prime Minister and his economic diversification trips. The Bloc Québécois is demanding a real rescue plan for the forest industry. First, Ottawa must finally release the financial aid it has promised. That'd be a start. Next, we need a wage subsidy to protect workers and their jobs in the event of layoffs. When will the federal government show the same urgency for Quebec's lumber industry as it does for the auto industry in Ontario? The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lumber in Quebec and in Canada is building our country, but the American tariffs, as we know, are imperiling our businesses and our industry. And this is why we are here to compensate for the pressure that are being felt because of tariffs. Through the Canada Development Bank, $500 million will be forthcoming, and we will always be here for our lumber industry.
Youth unemployment is nearing 500,000. That's the worst in 25 years. And that is the price that young Canadians are paying after 10 long years of Liberal failure. They have already sacrificed owning a home and starting a family. Food prices have skyrocketed. Housing starts in Toronto have fallen to a 30-year low. And yet the Prime Minister stood before a room of students and told them to make even more sacrifices. He is blind to the realities facing young Canadians, stubbornly pushing the same failed policies. When will these Liberals finally rein in their reckless spending so young Canadians can afford to dream again?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Secretary of State for Youth and Children.
Mr. Speaker, when we talk about spending less to invest more, it's because we believe that we need to create prosperity for the younger generations of Canadians. When we look at our track record, housing starts are up under this Prime Minister. Construction investment is up. Wages are up. And we've created over 100,000 full-time jobs in the past month alone. We have a responsible plan. We're just getting started. And, Mr. Speaker, young people are at the center of it.
The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
The deficit is doubling. They're changing definitions so they can manipulate the results and confuse Canadians. They are not spending less. Our youth are living the fallout of failed policies. They cannot afford a home. They're searching for jobs that no longer exist while this Liberal government mortgages their future. Mr. Speaker, when will this government open its eyes to the struggles of young Canadians and deliver a responsible budget that doesn't burden them with generational debt?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Secretary of State for Youth and Children.
Mr. Speaker, in our budget, what you're going to see are the kind of investments that are actually going to set young people on the right path forward. Creating jobs, investing in skills and apprenticeships, investing in affordable homes, and making it easier for young people to get into those homes. Those are the kind of investments that we're making. When members on the opposite side of the House stand up and call things like our national school food program garbage, which helps young Canadians get the best early start in life, you have to wonder about really whether they care about youth.
The member for Abbotsford South Langley.
Mr. Speaker, it is shameful that this elitist Prime Minister would speak to university students about making sacrifices. These students have already sacrificed their dream of home ownership. They paid for the climbing cost of food. They are living paycheck to paycheck. That is if they can even find a job. So will this Prime Minister rein in his out-of-control inflationary deficit so young Canadians can finally afford a home?
Great question.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, it is appalling that the member opposite is talking about sacrifices. You know who makes sacrifices every day in this country? Our National Police Force. My father spent 30 years serving in the Peel Regional Police Force. Recently we heard the Conservative leader call our National Police Force despicable. Despicable. He called the men and women that serve our communities and keep them safe despicable, and he still doesn't have the good sense to stand up and apologize for such an appalling statement.
Order. The honourable member for Abbotsford South Langley.
Mr. Mr. Speaker, they failed to answer the question. The members opposite have announced a new Blue Seal program that Canada has abundant opportunities for youth. But the facts tell a different story. Youth unemployment has risen by 14.7%, the highest since 2010, with employment levels now at their lowest since 1998. CIBC says youth unemployment rates have climbed 5.5 percent points since 2022. Will this government stop congratulating themselves and start helping youth find real jobs?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Finance.
That's exactly what our government is doing. By bringing prosperity to Canada, by making generational investments, by decreasing spending, our economy is growing. We're creating tens of thousands of jobs. The Leader of the Opposition calls major nation-building projects that create tens of thousands of jobs pathetic. And then on top of it, the Conservative members call a national school food program garbage that's feeding kids across this country, giving them the best start. How can they possibly claim to care about the next generation?
Order. Now, member for Brandon Souris.
The young Canadian families that I know would like to be able to feed their kids themselves, not on a government handout. On Wednesday, the Prime Minister told a room full of students that they need to make sacrifices, but young Canadians have already sacrificed enough under this Liberal government. They've sacrificed the dream of owning a home. They've paid the price at the pump and at the grocery store. They've endured summers without work and have a future saddled with debt. After 10 years of Liberal failure, Canadians have sacrificed enough. When will the Liberals finally get their spending under control and restore hope for young Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Secretary of State for Youth and Children.
Mr. Speaker, let me take an opportunity to shed some light on the Conservative Youth Plan, which borrows heavily from the MAGA playbook. It includes restricting student financial aid to the programs that they like and defunding the ones that they don't. With their track record, we should be worried about basic science, arts, literature, culture, environmental studies, public health, early childhood education. Is their plan a path to defund those students? And if so, what kind of future do they see for Canada's youth?
The Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
Clearly, that member missed her leader's speech asking young Canadians to sacrifice. But newsflash, because of her policies, they've already sacrificed enough. StatsCan data shows youth unemployment has climbed to nearly 15%, the highest it's been since 2010. Since the Prime Minister was sworn in, nearly 48,000 more Canadians have to rely on EI to pay their bills. That's not progress, that's Liberal decline. So, Mr. Speaker, how can this Liberal Prime Minister look young Canadians in the eye and ask them to sacrifice more when it's his own Liberal MPs' failures that have taken away their jobs, their homes, and their hope for their future?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Secretary of State for Youth and Children.
Mr. Speaker, we are making generational investments into Canada to build this country strong for the next generation. We are building housing. We are investing in skills. We are building major projects to create jobs. Our plan is working. We are making progress. We have more to do. On November 4th, Conservatives have the ability to stand up and support us as we build this country to make it better for all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Regina Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, before the election, this Prime Minister said he could solve Canada's economic woes because he had a plan. This week, he finally revealed that plan to a room full of young people. It turns out the plan is they have to make sacrifices by giving up on the dream of home ownership, paying higher prices at the grocery store, and spending all summer unemployed. Mr. Speaker, if this was the Prime Minister's plan all along, then why wasn't he honest with young people about the sacrifices he had in store for them?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, one thing we know about the Conservatives is that they don't know shame. You know, when I sat in opposition, when the leader of the Conservative Party was a part of the government, Mr. Speaker, they actually cut the summer students program. Mr. Speaker, how dare they try to say we as a government that does not support youth when he sat around the cabinet and did nothing but cut after cut. Young people of Canada know that this government has their back, and we will continue to do that. Come November 4th, there's going to be a powerful statement for the young people of Canada.
Order. Honourable Deputy de Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes, Verchères.
The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, cheap drivers are a public danger on our roads, but also for our workers in Quebec. Over the past 3 years, more than 1,000 Quebec truckers have lost their jobs. Meanwhile, things are exploding in Ontario. The number of discount drivers, businesses skyrocketed. We're losing our skilled Quebec truckers to Ontario companies that exploit these fake truckers with driver's licenses that they got through fraudulent means. The Bloc Québécois proposed 10 measures to put an end to discount drivers. When will Ottawa take action? Licensure is a provincial area of jurisdiction. The provinces need to act. For our part, we defend truckers. They deserve fair wages and the protection of the law. Over 1,000 inspections, and truckers can certainly speak up if there are any concerns. Our priority is to ensure the priority of the roads and drivers. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes, Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Quebec's already doing its job in that regard. The chief coroner has ordered a public inquiry, but the government's not doing anything yet. The government in Quebec is going to arm its road inspectors, but the problem doesn't come from Quebec. The problem comes from Ontario because these discount drivers all come, or almost all come, from Ontario. It's the federal rules that allow foreign workers to incorporate and allow these companies to do business. Again, Quebec is the only one to act, whereas the problem is in Ontario and at the federal level. When will Ottawa do its job? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
We are protecting the trucking industry. We've taken steps to ensure that truck drivers have fair pay. We have taken steps to ensure that misclassification is made illegal. We are enforcing that more than ever. We continue to work with the provinces, especially with Quebec, on this issue, and our priority remains making sure that we are keeping our roads safe and that we are supporting our industries and our workers fairly.
Member for Cariboo Prince George.
It's been 10 years and the Liberals have failed to secure a softwood lumber agreement. In the meantime, over $10 billion in tariffs and duties on Canadian lumber have been collected by the Americans. 30 mills have been closed in BC, and tens of thousands of Canadians have lost their jobs. Over 2,700 in my riding alone. That's 2,700 families that can't afford food to put on their table. 2,700 families that can't afford to pay their bills at the end of the month. 2,700 families who have lost hope. When will the forestry families become a priority for this Prime Minister?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we stand with affected communities and affected workers, and we've announced a number of supports, $50 million for workers, $700 million in liquidity supports, which are accessible through the banks that the mills are using right now, and $500 million of innovation to come. We know that this has been a very disruptive situation. This is a long-standing challenge with the United States. We're working on all levels to manage to resolve it, and I welcome the feedback from the minister opposite or the member opposite on plans that they would like to see.
The member for Cariboo Prince George.
We're hemorrhaging jobs and they're offering a Band-Aid. Canadians don't want handouts, they want jobs. The forestry sector supports over 200,000 direct jobs in 300 forestry communities nationwide. That's more direct employment than Canada's steel, aluminum, and automotive sectors combined. This Prime Minister campaigned on negotiating a win with the U.S. Instead, since he took over, tariffs on Canadian softwood have tripled. When will the forestry families actually become a priority for him?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we stand with BC communities, and FPAC was in town this week with many industry leaders, many other governments. We met with those and we talked about what we could do in order to support them, and I continue to work with the sector to make sure that we are providing supports that are meeting the moment. I do welcome the member opposite to provide those supports.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia, Lambton, Big Kishwanwong.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Prime Minister said he would be judged by the prices that Canadians pay at the grocery store, and Canadians are paying the price. Food inflation is skyrocketing, up 4%. Liberal deficits are driving inflation. The more Liberals spend, the more it costs Canadians at the grocery store. 25% of Canadians are using food banks because they can't afford to eat. So when will the Prime Minister finally get his inflationary deficits under control so Canadians can put food on the table?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Secretary of State, Children and Youth.
Mr. Speaker, Conservative members pretend to care about food insecurity, but then they call feeding children garbage, which is completely unacceptable. Up to 400,000 more kids are getting healthy meals in their school. This is saving parents up to $800 a year on their grocery bills. That is meaningful change. How can Canadians take the party opposite seriously, Mr. Speaker, when they literally want to take food off of kids' tables and defund our food programs?
Mr. Speaker, what's garbage was that answer. Hidden Liberal food taxes are worked into the sticker price of everyday essentials, driving up food costs. The new fuel standards adding 17 cents a litre to the fuel that truckers use to get the food to the grocery store. The food packaging tax and industrial carbon tax are inflating grocery prices as well. They show up on the total cost on your receipt. Will the Prime Minister reverse the hidden Liberal food taxes so that Canadians can afford to feed their families?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary, the Minister of Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the reason that the imaginary taxes the Conservatives are trying to invent don't appear on people's grocery receipts is because they're not real. Let me officially welcome the Conservative Party to reality, Mr. Speaker. While they try to invent imaginary taxes, we're busy cutting taxes and helping make it easier for Canadians to file their taxes. We've cut income tax for 22 million Canadians, cut GST on new home purchases, repealed the consumer carbon tax, and we've moved forward with automatic tax filing so Canadians can get the benefits that they deserve.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, it's same old with these Liberals. Lots of talk, but no action to deal with the Driver Inc. phenomenon. Canadians and Beaucerons are worried. They want the government to ensure safety on our roads. Mr. Speaker, lives are on the line. This is unacceptable. It's high time for the Liberals to put on their big boy pants and take charge. My question is for the Minister of Public Safety. What is the value of a human life?
Transport. Mr. Speaker, our truck drivers do crucial work for our economy and Canadians' quality of life. They must be able to do this work safely for themselves, but for all road users. And we're closely monitoring the situation, and we'll take the necessary measures, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that our truck drivers can work in reasonable conditions, protecting their safety, and that for all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth-Cole Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has what the world wants and needs: the resources, ingenuity, technology, and skills to make us a clean energy superpower. And Atlantic Canada is ready, willing, and able. With Budget 2025, we know that the government is making generational investments to ensure that our economy remains strong, focused, and resilient. This historic budget will build on the work already started by the Major Projects Office, which is going to cut red tape, fast-track major nation-building projects as well. Can the Parliamentary Secretary for Finance tell us how Budget 2025 and the Major Projects Office are helping to build Canada strong?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Finance.
Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. We are making generational investments that create good-paying jobs and grow our economy. Yesterday, I was honoured to join the Prime Minister and the Premier of Ontario to announce support for OPG's Darlington new nuclear project located in my home, Durham region. This important project will build 4 SMRs that will power 1.2 million households with clean energy, create 18,000 construction jobs, as well as 3,700 careers, and add $38.5 billion to Canada's GDP over 65 years. That's how you build Canada.
The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Just this morning, this Liberal Prime Minister had the audacity to say he's making significant progress in removing Donald Trump's tariffs on Canada. Are you kidding me? We lost 3,000 auto jobs in Brampton, 1,200 auto jobs in Ingersoll, and that's just in the last 10 days. What an absolute slap in the face to auto workers. Now, the Prime Minister also just recently said that Canadians have to make sacrifices. Why don't they actually confess? The sacrifice he's talking about is the entire Canadian auto industry.
Yes.
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, for months we've been drawing the distinction between things that we can and cannot control. We cannot control the trade policy of the United States or any other country. We can control what we do here at home. We are building the strongest economy in the G7. We are doing that by reducing internal barriers to trade. We are doing that by supporting affected industries, including $5 billion in the Strategic Response Fund, and helping support workers across this country, Mr. Speaker. We ask the Conservatives, rather than talking down Canada, to stand with us.
The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
I think this minister needs to hear something. Auto workers want their jobs. Yeah. They don't want handouts. They don't want to hear we're making progress. Yes. They don't want to hear these bromides about stand up for Canada. What they want is to get back in the plant and make their jobs.
That's right.
And they want to make the great cars that they make. So here's my question to this minister. What is the actual plan to get auto workers back in the factories producing cars? Because what it looks like right now is they're sacrificing the auto industry in a desperate and pathetic attempt to appease Donald Trump.
Wow.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The plan is to work with unions, work with companies, work with provinces to have an alignment so that we can fight these unjustified tariffs. The plan, Mr. Speaker, is to have a strategic response fund to support the workers and the businesses in this time of challenge for us. The plan, Mr. Speaker, is to change our emissions framework to make sure that Stellantis and GM know exactly what we're doing. And the plan, Mr. Speaker, is to continue to diversify our trade and to continue to work with companies like Linamar, whose CEO, Chair Linda Hassenfratz, in committee this week said that this is one of the most productive sectors in all of Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, under this Liberal Prime Minister, Canada's biggest export to the U.S. has become good-paying auto jobs. Paychecks are vanishing. First it was Windsor, then it was Brampton, then it was Oshawa, then it was Ingersoll. Now people in my community are terrified that Cambridge will be next, with thousands of livelihoods hanging in the balance. The Prime Minister admitted that he'll unlikely get a complete trade deal with the U.S. despite all his endless promises. He is full of talk, but out of gas, and Canadians are left stranded. So how many more jobs will get sent south because of his broken promises and negotiating failures?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, what's important is that we all work together to fight these unjustified tariffs and to have a plan to respond. That includes the Strategic Response Fund. That includes the changes that we've made to the emissions framework. That includes diversifying our trade, continuing to attract companies from all over the world to build right here in Canada, and to listen to the words of Linda Hassenfratz, who said that the most productive factories that she has of all the footprint in the world are right here in Canada, and to work with the companies, the workers, and to talk up our industry, not talk it down, not talk down the EVs, but to say, we want these jobs here, we want these cars here, and we will always be an auto-producing nation.
The Honourable Member for Niagara South.
Mr. Speaker, Stellantis announced that Jeep production is moving from Brampton to Illinois, taking 3,000 Canadian jobs with it. The Liberals gave Stellantis up to $10 billion in taxpayer money for an EV plant in Ontario, but failed to secure the job protection for its workers. They also did this with 2 EV plants in my riding, one that never opened and one that's still under construction. Will this be another case of déjà vu? When will this Liberal government keep its word and stop the destruction of the auto sector in this country?
Good question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we've heard the recent news that some of our auto manufacturers have announced reductions in their production levels at Canadian facilities, and the government is extremely concerned and disappointed in those announcements. Government of Canada is committed to maintaining a strong Canadian automotive industry, its footprint here in Canada, with the well-paying jobs that come with it. The government expects these companies to respect their commitments towards Canada and their workers. We've adjusted the emissions framework to correspond with the reduction in those production levels. That's how we'll protect our Canadian footprint for the automotive industry.
The Honourable Member for Côte-du-Sud, Rivière-du-Loup, Kataskamik-Témiscouata. Mr. Speaker, in Quebec, rent went up almost 10%, double the national average. After 10 years of Liberal deficits, everything is more expensive. I've seen this. Last week, at a gas station in La Pocatière, one of my constituents asked why Liberals are spending billions of dollars uselessly when she can't make rent and unless she cuts her food spending. Could you imagine? This makes no sense. Mr. Speaker, when will the Prime Minister stop throwing money out the window and give Quebecers a little bit of breathing room? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, Canada is dealing with a housing crisis. Rent and mortgages are unaffordable. In the last campaign, Canadians clearly expressed that now is the time to build. This means building housing at a pace not seen for generations. That's why we launched Build Canada Homes, a program all about building and funding affordable housing at scale to meet the needs of Canadians throughout the housing spectrum. The Honourable Member for Montmorency Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, a study has shown an alarming spike in anxiety and depression among our young people. More than 80% of young people are constantly stressed about their finances and their future. They're dealing with economic insecurity. Now the Prime Minister is telling them they have to make sacrifices. Mr. Speaker, how can this government ask for more sacrifices from a generation already struggling with vulnerability, inflation, and 10 years of Liberal governance? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Conservatives talk a big game about supporting young people and young families, but they voted against every single measure that actually helped them. Our government is delivering real results, from childcare to national food programs to Canadian dental care plan, now reaching more than 5 million Canadians and saving families $800 a year. That's money that stays in Canadians' pocket while giving them timely access to quality care. We're lowering costs for young Canadians while the Conservatives are just lowering expectations.
The Honourable Member for Montmorency Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about 1 in every 5 young Canadians who feels that they are in financial danger. They think about this every day. Rent in Quebec is up by 10%. It's no wonder that children or young people are losing hope in our future. The housing crisis is turning into a mental health crisis. Now the Prime Minister is telling our young people they need to make more sacrifices. On the contrary, it's time for the Liberal government to change their pace and offer a real future to our young people. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the reason that we're making generational investments in young people is because we believe that they are the future. When we think about affordability today, it's also why we listen to groups like, for example, the Right to Food, because they talk about the need to strengthen our social safety net, including affordable childcare, including dental care, the workers' benefit, the child benefit. It's why we are introducing automatic tax filing for millions of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, our plan includes building homes that young people can afford, building great jobs that are going to create opportunities for their future. This is how a responsible government tackles the challenge of building a great country.
The Honourable Member for Riding Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, the Health Minister revealed that she doesn't personally review supervised consumption site applications, so I'm going to bring one to her attention. There's currently an application for review on her desk for a drug consumption site in Whitehorse, Yukon. Multiple daycares are located within steps of this site, and an elementary school is just 200 meters away. The Health Minister has the power to reject this application. Will the Minister protect the children, or will she approve another drug consumption site next to schools and daycares?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable colleague for his question. No parent should worry about their child picking up a broken needle or a broken pipe. While evidence shows that safe consumption sites help reduce public drug use and stop the spread of infectious diseases, we recognize the impact of these sites have on these communities. As we continue to work with parents to tackle this public health issue and with partners to tackle this public health issue, service providers must engage with our communities, have mitigation measures in place to address community concerns about public safety. Thank you.
Member for Riding Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, clearly the Health Minister doesn't care that drugs are used next to children, because she allows it to happen right across Canada. According to her own department, fentanyl is the most used drug in consumption sites the Liberals continue to approve. Fentanyl is used in over 48% of the visits to federally approved drug consumption sites. Given that a few grains of fentanyl can kill you, will the Minister at least shut down the fentanyl consumption sites next to children? Yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to reiterate our government understand the devastating impact of drug and overdose crisis that has had on families and communities in every corner of the country. I also want to continue to say that we will continue to work with partners across the board to tackle this public health crisis, and invite the member opposite to work with us on this instead of fighting us on this. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Speaker, women's health has consistently been a blind spot in our healthcare system. We use data to make critical decisions. When research fails to account for gender differences, the results are biased and women pay the price. From heart attacks to endometriosis, From menopause to cancers, there is a lack of focused research and a deficiency of critical data. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health tell this House how the government is ensuring that Canada's healthcare system is working towards adequately serving this half of the population?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for her important question. At a time when women's rights are being rolled back around the world, Canada is moving forward. For too long, women's health has been under-researched, underfunded, and too often dismissed. That is changing. Our new government is closing data gaps, modernizing breast cancer screening, and improving access to reproductive care so women are heard, believed, and supported. Because a strong Canada depends on healthy Canadians, and when women are healthy, families and communities thrive.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, weeks ago I asked how Gulfam Hussain, a Pakistani national, was allowed to enter Canada by the Liberals in spite of being convicted in the United Kingdom for, quote, adult sexual activity with a female child family member, aged 13 to 17, offender over 18, penetration. He was also on the UK's sex offender registry. Can the Liberals tell Canadians whether or not they've deported this publicly listed, incestuous child sex abuser from Canada in the weeks since I've last asked about him?
Good question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Citizenship, Immigration and Refugees.
Mr. Speaker, while the Conservatives never miss an opportunity to disrespect law enforcement, what we will do is allow law enforcement to do their job. We trust them to execute upon Canadian law, and we leave that matter in their hands. What we also won't do, Mr. Speaker, is politicize from start to finish immigration policy in this country. In the lead up to the last election, the Conservative leader said we needed more immigration. In the lead up to the last election, he promised those who had expiring student permits that he would prevent them from being deported, Mr. Speaker. That's irresponsible policy, but that's the Conservative way.
Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
So I will take that as a no. The Liberals have not deported the publicly listed incestuous child sex abuser who should never have been allowed into the country in the first place because he was on a public sex offender registry in a G7 country. Like, listen to that answer. You know, the Liberals stand up and, like, why can't they just say yes? People who commit crimes, non-citizens, serious crimes who are inadmissible to this country should be deported. Has Gulfam Hussain been deported from Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Of course, Mr. Speaker, those who break the law face the consequences of Canadian law, and we trust law enforcement to carry out their responsibilities. Mr. Speaker, I reiterate that in this country, we have an absolute opportunity now to ensure that immigration policy is put on a solid footing. That's why this government is seized with ensuring sustainability in the immigration system, is seized with ensuring that immigration policy is always about economic policy. We center ourselves on Canadian values. The Conservatives can play games with immigration for political purposes and to support the Leader of the Opposition as he leads into the leadership review.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
This week, the Prime Minister asked Canadians to sacrifice more, and at the same time, the Minister of Immigration advertised Canada's free healthcare system on Twitter to bolster an already unsustainable level of immigration that the Liberals have undertaken. And they did this all while emergency rooms are overflowing, and most people can't access basic primary care or diagnostic, or seniors accessing long-term care. This isn't fair to anyone, including newcomers. With the healthcare system barely being able to serve the people in Canada right now, will the Liberals apologize for falsely advertising that Canada has the capacity to be the world's walk-in clinic?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, we understand that there are pressures in the Canadian economy, in the Canadian society, because of, among other factors, ensuring that we have a sustainable immigration system. And that is exactly what this government is doing. In a few weeks' time, the member will know she is the critic for the Conservative Party on immigration. There is a level plan that will be presented. It will be sustainable. It will ensure that talent attraction is at the heart of the strategy. And I implore my colleagues to, instead of politicizing questions of immigration, to put serious ideas on the floor that are constitutional. I emphasize that are constitutional.
The Honourable Member for Oakville West.
Mr. Speaker,
auto sector is being hit hard by unjustified U.S. tariffs. In my riding of Oakville West, Ford's Oakville Assembly is backbone of our local economy, employing over 4,000 skilled workers who continue retooling to keep production here at home in these challenging times. Last week, auto workers in Brampton, the GTA, and across Canada were rocked by the news that Stellantis is moving production of Jeep Compass to the U.S. to avoid these tariffs. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry update the House on how we are fighting for our workers and for our auto sector?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague from Oakville West for her question and for her consistent advocacy for auto workers in her community, especially at the Ford plant. So let's be clear, the Stellantis decision to move production out of Brampton is unacceptable. Stellantis has made important commitments to Canada and to our workers, and we expect them to hold up their end of the deal. We expect them to hold up their commitments. That's exactly what the Minister of Industry wrote in her letter to the President of Stellantis, where she summoned him, as well as the Minister of Economic Development for Ontario and the head of Unifor. We've also announced that we'll be limiting the number of vehicles Stellantis can import tariff-free. We're holding Stellantis to account, and we'll fight for our workers every single day.
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister lectured a roomful of students that they'll have to make sacrifices. But they already have. They have sacrificed their dream of owning a home, watched food prices soar, and they struggle to find work. Statistics Canada says 1 in 4 barely make ends meet. After 10 years of Liberal failures, Canadians are working harder but falling further behind. Will the Liberals finally rein in their reckless spending so people can afford to live, eat, and own a home again?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, let me show you a little bit of contrast. A caring government and what a caring government does. The Prime Minister just a week ago made an announcement about the National School Food Program, saying it's going to become a permanent program. Children in every region of the country will benefit by that program. Contrast that to the Conservative response that we hear as late as yesterday when you had a member disgracefully stand in the chamber and said that that program is garbage. That's not caring for Canadians. That's not caring for the children. That is what the Liberal government will continue to do into the future, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Shocker this morning, Mr. Speaker. President Trump terminated trade talks with Canada. This is a blatant failure on the part of the Prime Minister. He was elected as a champion negotiator, and now he's coming back empty-handed. Despite this, he did everything he could to please Trump. Border security, military spending, opening the Keystone XL pipeline. Stepping back on the taxation of web giants, he practically went down on his knees in the Oval Office. Job losses are spreading. When will the Prime Minister stand up with a real strategy to protect workers?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, that is not true. For months now, we have been noting the importance of distinguishing between what we can control and what we can't control. The latter includes U.S. trade policy. We are ready to resume trade talks with the U.S., but at the same time, we are able to act here at home by beginning national construction projects, growing the Canadian economy by eliminating internal trade barriers, and diversifying our trade through new trade relationships.
Mr. Speaker, the Anishinaabe Nation has declared a state of emergency amid rising violence, trafficking, and gang crime. Yet the federal government hasn't paid its share to ensure adequate policing. Liberals rush to exploit the Ring of Fire in Nan territory for so-called national interest, but stay silent as their communities face danger. My question, Mr. Speaker, is safety of Indigenous people not of national interest? And if this government truly cares about public safety, when will it act to address Nan's state of emergency?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, everyone in Canada deserves to live in safety, including our Indigenous communities. We will ensure that they have the police services and the tools and resources necessary to address this crisis. We will fight crime. We will fight inequality. That, Mr. Speaker, is why Canadians voted for us. That is why Indigenous communities trust us. We are monitoring the situation closely. We will address this crisis as quickly as we can.
I wish to draw the attention of members to the presence in the gallery of Ms. Mirjana Spoljaric-Egger, President of the International Committee of the Red Cross. No points of order. I wish to inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset. Routine proceedings. Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills.
Ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation de rapport.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills.
Of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. The honourable member for St. John, St. Croix.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I table a petition from residents of my riding concerning charitable status. The petitioners are concerned about the Finance Committee's proposal to remove charitable status for churches and other religious organizations, a proposal supported by the Liberal MPs on the committee. Petitioners note the work done by these faith-based charities support seniors and vulnerable people in communities right across Canada. They also note that removing their charitable status may cause many churches, especially in rural communities, to close their doors and abandon their support for marginalized and vulnerable Canadians. For this reason, petitioners are asking the federal government to reject this diabolical proposal and save charitable status for churches and religious groups, something I certainly support as well.
Presentation de pétition. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Speaker, it's an honour to rise in this place as always representing the people of Sandwich Gulf Islands, the traditional territory of Wasanich Nation. Haishka Sam. The petitioners are concerned about the export of thermal coal from Canadian ports. This coal generally comes up from the United States, is shipped to the Port of Vancouver, and leaves from our port. Why, you might ask, does it not leave from U.S. ports? Because the export of thermal coal down the west coast of the United States has been halted due to the concern of those governments over the climate crisis. The Liberals did promise to end the export of thermal coal in the 2021 election. There were measures that were about to be passed in Bill C-33 that died on the order paper. The concerned citizens who have signed this petition are calling on the government to immediately put thermal coal on the priority substances list of the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, and as soon as possible to regulate it to ensure that it is not exported from Canadian ports. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Sturgeon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present a petition with respect to brain cancer research and treatments. The petitioners note that an estimated 27 Canadians are diagnosed with a brain tumor each day. Canada is years behind the U.S. in approving new drugs and treatments, and even when new brain cancer therapies are approved, there continues to be a shortage of brain cancer drugs in Canada, with some medications even being discontinued. Therefore, the petitioners call upon the Government of Canada to increase funding for brain cancer research, work with provinces and territories to ensure that drugs, medical services, and new therapies are accessible, and to remove unnecessary red tape so brain cancer drugs can be approved more quickly.
Presenting the petitions, the honourable member for Courtney Alberni.
I'm honoured to rise today to table a petition on behalf of Canadians deeply concerned about the worsening mental health and substance use crisis across our country. A crisis that has been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. And petitioners note that too many Canadians are unable to access timely mental health or substance use supports. They point out that when care is not available in the community, people are left to rely on overcrowded hospital emergency rooms or primary care providers, while untreated or inadequately treated mental illness carries enormous social and economic costs. The petitioners therefore call on the Government of Canada to take urgent action by legislating parity between physical and mental health in Canada's universal public healthcare system, ensure timely access to evidence-based, culturally appropriate, publicly funded mental health and substance use services beyond hospital and physician settings, and lastly, establish the Canada Mental Health Transfer to sustainably fund these services. Mr. Speaker, the petitioners are clear. Canadians deserve a healthcare system where mental health is treated with the same urgency, priority, and respect as physical health.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Lanark Frontenac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the petition I'm presenting today concerns recommendations 429 and 430 of the Standing Committee on Finance. These are meetings happened a long time ago as pre-budget hearings, but because of the delay in the budget until next week, or I guess the week after next, they are highly relevant. These were recommendations supported by the Liberal members of the Finance Committee, but not, I note, by Conservative members of the committee. The recommendations would single out a specific subgroup within the charitable sector, penalizing organizations that are based on moral stances different than that of the governing party in the country, and they would effectively take away their charitable status. It is a fact pointed out by the petitioners that faith-based charities represent the majority of charitable spending and community activity in Canada. These include such things as community services and ministries, food banks, soup kitchens, refugee resettlement, climate and social justice initiatives, daycare, schools, hospitals, pregnancy care, long-term homes, palliative care centres, and replacing this would require many billions of dollars, would be enormously socially disruptive. It is based on, frankly, a kind of anti-religious bigotry. They oppose these measures, and frankly, so do I.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Regina Wascana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to present a petition today on behalf of concerned residents of Regina and southern Saskatchewan. Signers of the petition are concerned about a recent Finance Committee recommendation to revoke the charitable status of religious organizations. They feel that faith-based charities do good work in our communities, as secular charities do, and they oppose the revocation of this charitable status in the Liberal government's upcoming budget or at any other time in the future. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to have the opportunity to present this petition here today in the House of Commons.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, but before we go to orders of the day, the Chair has received notice from the member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes of a notice of raising a question of privilege. I will now call on the member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Speaker, I gave you notice this morning about a question of privilege that I take no pleasure in raising today. It's come to my attention that an officer of Parliament, the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner, appears to have exceeded the authority vested in him by the House. Yesterday afternoon, I had the occasion to browse the website for the Commissioner's office. It's something I do periodically as the official opposition Shadow Minister for Ethics and Accountable Government. In doing so, I was looking at the forms that members of the House are expected and required to use, specifically the one to report gifts or benefits. And I noticed at the bottom the form said October of 2025. Now, that struck me as odd, so I did some additional digging. From there, one could find the form concerning member-sponsored travel was also, suspiciously, dated October of 2025. Now, Speaker, you may be wondering why these dates would raise any suspicion. It is, of course, October of 2025. But that's because the House has laid down a very specific procedure to be followed in the proposal, the consideration, and approval of forms used to administer the Conflict of Interest Code for members of the House of Commons. Now, part of that procedure involves the House approving the forms. That's done on the recommendation of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. And I certainly do not recall the House voting this month on any proposals by the Ethics Commissioner. But in case it might have been some sort of stylistic formatting change, I obtained copies of what the House had last approved and what they actually approved. The two forms which I cited were approved by the House on March 7th of 2016. That was when it concurred in the fourth report on the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs that had been presented the very same day. The difference between the forms as published on the Commissioner's website and what was approved by the House are not stylistic or cosmetic. They are in fact substantial. This is, of course, troubling, Speaker, especially since the problem doesn't stop there. There's at least one more form. The disclosure statement for members and their family, the disclosure statement for members and their family members on the Commissioner's website, which was also, it appears to be substantially different from what the House approved on January 27th of 2009. That's when the House concurred in the second report of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee that was tabled that same day. Look, I recognize that it might seem odd to be upset or rising today about forms that the Commissioner draws up to administer the Conflict of Interest Code. But the fact of the matter is that this House laid down a very specific and precise procedure in this regard. Section 30 of the Code specifies, quote, 1, the Commissioner shall submit any proposed procedural and interpretive guidelines and all forms relating to the Code to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs for approval. 2, any guidelines and forms approved by the Committee shall be reported to the House and shall come into effect when the report is concurred in by the House. 3, until the guidelines and forms are reported to the House, they shall remain confidential, end quote. This was a deliberate policy choice of the House. I think that that's worth underlining, Speaker. The Procedure and House Affairs Committee explained this in June of 2007 at paragraphs 29 and 30 of its 54th report. Quote, Section 30 of the Code requires the Commissioner to submit any proposed rules for the administration of this code to the committee. Following approval by the committee and the House, the rules may come into effect. It has never been entirely clear what documents were intended to be covered by this provision. The committee recommends amending this section to refer to, quote, procedural and interpretive guidelines and all forms relating to the code, end quote. It is intended that this change will provide more guidance to the Commissioner, as well as codifying the current expectation that forms should be approved. The committee also recommends adding a provision requiring guidelines and forms to remain confidential until reported to the House, end quote. The House concurred in these recommendations and others on June the 11th of 2007, and that has been the rule of the House ever since. Speaker, our Conflict of Interest Code for members of the House of Commons is formally Appendix 1 to the Standing Orders of the House. As the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, explains at page 226, quote, the establishment of the Code is a manifestation of the House's rights to regulate its internal affairs and to discipline its members for misconduct, end quote. That is, of course, an extension of the House's collective privileges. In publishing these new forms outside of the procedures laid down by the House, the Commissioner has, I respectfully submit, disobeyed the lawful orders of the House and defied its authority. These actions, as Bosk and Gagnon observe at pages 81 and 82, are considered to be contempts of Parliament. As the United Kingdom's leading procedural authority, Erskine May, 25th edition, points out at paragraph 15.7, quote, contempts can be committed by disobedience to general rules, end quote. Questions of privilege concerning officers of Parliament, even the Ethics Commissioner, are not unprecedented. For example, on October the 6th, 2005, Mr. Speaker, Milliken found at page 8,473 of the debates a prima facie case of privilege in relation to the then Ethics Commissioner's media interviews disclosing an investigation he was undertaking about a member in apparent disregard to the Code's requirements to provide the subject of an investigation with reasonable written notice and to conduct an investigation in private. In the Procedure and House Affairs Committee's subsequent assessment of the case, they found in its 51st report tabled on November 2005, we might read at paragraph 14, quote, members of the committee are very disturbed at what was heard about the operation of the Office of the Ethics Commissioner and in particular, the handling of complaints and investigations. We are concerned about an apparent absence of rigor in the office and the development of proper processes. This has resulted in the lack of attention to detail and the requirement of due process in this case. It appears to us that the Office of the Ethics Commissioner is not sufficiently familiar with the provisions of the Conflict of Interest Code for members of the House of Commons, nor is the office meticulous in ensuring that these provisions are observed in both their letter and their spirit. Within the office, there appears to be an unacceptable confusion or blurring of the distinctions between the Conflict of Interest and Post-Employment Code for public office holders, which was the predecessor of the current Conflict of Interest Act, and the Conflict of Interest Code for members of the House of Commons, end quote. Now, these observations were made, I should note, 20 years ago next month, but in any event, the committee went on to conclude at paragraph 38, quote, the committee wishes to place on the record its concerns that procedures and processes under the code need to be much more scrupulously followed to ensure this kind of experience is not repeated. The risks to members and the very integrity of the code demand nothing less, end quote. Speaker, the concern today is about forms, and I appreciate that that might superficially seem to be a minor matter. The fact is that when the House adopts its rules and orders, it reasonably expects compliance. In a ruling delivered on April 19th of 1993, Mr. Speaker Fraser, at page 18,105 of the debates, endorsed the opinion that, quote, the disregard of the legislative command, even if unintentional, is an affront to the authority and dignity of Parliament as a whole and of this House in particular, end quote. The chair then added, for his own part, quote, the statutory laws which have been agreed to by members of this House do serve a purpose and are meant to be respected. The requirement contained in our rules and statutory laws have been agreed upon by this House and constitute an agreement which I think all of us realize must be respected, end quote. Sir John Bournaut put it more pointedly in the Parliamentary Procedure and Practice in the Dominion of Canada, 4th edition, at page 203, end quote. Each House is bound by every consideration of self-interest and justice to observe strictly its rules and standing orders and to rebuke every attempt to evade or infringe them, end quote. Speaker, we've seen a troubling pattern in recent years that the government, including the public service, feels at liberty to defy the authority of the House of Commons, especially when it comes to document production orders. But this pattern of disrespect has been spreading. It's a contagion, and it's gone beyond the executive in recent years. Now, last year, we all recall the scene at the bar when Mr. Christian Firth was admonished for trifling with the Standing Committee of Government Operations. When Parliament was prorogued this past January, the House was seized with the prima facie questions of privilege concerning the committee shenanigans of Stephen Anderson and Lauren Chen. You will recall the now famous scandal of the other Randy. It's distressing. It's distressing that this has spread from the executive to the public service and now to members of the public. What I'm worried, Speaker, is that we might now be seeing this with officers of Parliament, officers of this House, joining the ranks of those who failed to appreciate the authority of the House of Commons, which is the beating heart of Canada's democracy. Now, should you agree, Speaker, that this amounts to a prima facie case of privilege, I intend to move a motion to refer the matter to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. Rules aren't suggestions, especially not in the ethics business. And it may well be that this was an innocent misunderstanding. Or maybe it was a deliberate thumbing of the nose at the authority of this House. But we don't know. And since the Commissioner cannot address the House, we should afford him the opportunity to speak to the issue at committee, to account for himself and his office before judgment is pronounced. We have to be vigilant in defending the rights of this House. And that's why, though some found it uncomfortable to call the head of the Public Health Agency of Canada to the bar for defying an order of this House, for calling to the bar Mr. Firth for his conduct before a standing committee of this House, an unacceptable conduct. And we've seen recently, Chair, though we're early days in a new Parliament, a document production order passed by a standing committee, the Standing Committee of Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics, that the Prime Minister's office did not respond in good faith to a document production order by the deadline prescribed by the committee. We keep hearing that this is a new government, but it seems like a case of history repeating itself. Now, Speaker, I mentioned that we're early in this Parliament. So our effort at that committee was to extend to the Prime Minister and to his department, the PCO, the opportunity to come good on that document production order at committee by next week. But the bottom line and the fact of the matter is, like in that case, should they not respect the authority and the privileges of the highest court in the land, they will find themselves in contempt. And this is an opportunity with the motion that I am prepared to move, should you find that there is a prima facie case of privilege, that we will take this to the Standing Committee responsible for the matter, the Committee for Procedure and House Affairs, and the Commissioner can explain how we found ourselves here today. The bottom line, no one should get a free pass. Thank you, Speaker.
I believe on the same point of privilege, I will go to the Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader, and then the Member for Lanark Frontenac. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, this is the very first I've heard of anything of this nature. I will come back to the House with comments if it's deemed necessary.
The Honourable Member for Lanark Frontenac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I did not know that the Honourable Member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes would be rising on this point. But it is a very important point he raises, and I want to suggest to you that the problem he is pointing out to the House is a long-standing problem. It did not begin with the present Commissioner. It goes back certainly to his predecessor, Mario Dion, who who acted in contempt of the code on a number of occasions. One of those occasions, well, I'll deal with that in a second. I'll also mention, before I get to that, I'll say this. A number of the things that have been referred to by the Honourable Member with relation to the history of the Code, I have personal knowledge of. I served for 15 years on the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, which I think is a record. I don't think anyone here has ever served that long on that or any other committee. I was there when we adopted the Conflict of Interest Code. I was there for various amendments. I chaired a subcommittee dealing with gifts. and where it fits into the code. And I dealt with and was part of the writing of that report, in which we concluded that Commissioner Shapiro was indeed guilty of contempt of Parliament in his actions in that matter. And there were very serious consequences in the unauthorized investigatory activities he undertook and the devastating consequences they had to people who are not members of Parliament. You can read the report to learn more about that. But I say this is a part of a pattern that goes back to Commissioner Dion. What I'm referring to is the use of unauthorized forms. And the forms include other forms that the House has never seen. Let me give you an example of this. I don't know how many other forms exist, but one form that Commissioner Dion put out there is a non-disclosure agreement. When the Commissioner would conduct an inquiry into an individual, a member of Parliament, his office would submit a form to them, a non-disclosure form, which he told them they were required to sign because we are all required under, forgive me, it's going to take me a second to find this, here we are, under Section 27, Sub 8 of the Code, it is stated, members shall cooperate with the Commissioner with respect to any inquiry. So if he starts investigating you, you are required to cooperate. Well, part of this cooperation in his mind was signing a form, a non-disclosure agreement about the way in which he conducted the investigation. This ensured that if he engaged in any abuses of his investigatory powers, you had no recourse. You wouldn't be able to speak out against what he had done. I think this is an absolute outrageous abuse. It's part of a pattern of administrative justice in this country where all of the normal protections that exist under the criminal law or the civil law are stripped away when it's an administrative matter. And this is a fundamental problem we see not just with this commissioner or the previous one, but also with the integrity commissioners that we see, for example, in running Ontario's municipalities where there's widespread abuse to the point where the integrity commissioners have, frankly, less integrity than the people they are investigating. Now, that form would then be used to silence the member who would have been able to say how the investigation had been conducted, whether the commissioner had gone too far. I was never the subject of an inquiry from the commissioner myself, but I did have the experience of the commissioner, again, acting in contempt of Parliament in sending me a letter in 2020, at the height of the pandemic epidemic. I got a letter from the commissioner. I believe I came unprepared, so I can't give you the exact date, but it was in September 2020. I got a message from the commissioner, a letter, saying, I have been approached by a member of the public who tells me that you may have used your office for the benefit of a family member. I intend to, you have a limited amount of time to convince me otherwise. If you don't satisfy me, I will launch an inquiry. And the nature of the evidence he then cited justifying this course of action included citing a number of documents that I had written. One of them was an email that I had sent to members of a township council, the rural township where my wife is involved in a zoning dispute. And I had sent a letter to them, an email to them, asking them to conduct themselves in a certain way regarding the zoning. It was addressed to a limited number of individuals. Only those people, plus myself, plus our lawyer and my wife, had seen this letter. So I knew that he was taking this from an opposed party in an ongoing legal dispute, and he decided to weigh in on a private legal dispute on one side based on an anonymous denunciation. To this day, I still do not know who the anonymous denouncer might have been, although, as I pointed out to the commissioner, it was clearly one of a limited number of people, the members of that council, their senior staff, their lawyer. So I could actually list off the names. One of them was formerly a staffer to the member from Saanich Gulf Islands and had engaged in a similar action against her when he worked for her. I have a suspicion it's that individual, a man named Rob Rayner, but I don't know for sure. So, Mr. Speaker, the initiation on his own initiative or on the basis of an anonymous denunciation is not permitted under the standing orders, under the Conflict of Interest Code. Here's how the commissioner may engage in an inquiry. 27 sub 1 says, A member who has reasonable grounds to believe that another member has not complied with his or her obligations under this code may request that the Commissioner conduct an inquiry into the matter. Alternatively, 27 sub 3 says the House may, by way of resolution, direct the Commissioner to conduct an inquiry to determine whether a member has complied with his or her obligations under the code. There is no other mechanism for initiating investigations. Anonymous denunciations are not listed as one of the bases for doing this. And I could have pointed that out to the Commissioner, but look, he was in the process of beginning an investigation into me, which could have resulted in the destruction of my career. So I wasn't in a position to fight back on technicalities. So we went out, collected all of the evidence that was required, including going through our financial records, numerous legal documents, and in the end, he concluded that my wife had no financial interest in the matter, and therefore that I was not guilty of misusing my office. By the way in which I misused my office, to be clear, was that I'd sent an email from an email address, scottreedmp@gmail.com, and he concluded that represents a use of my office because it implies that I'm a member of Parliament. That implication and the authority of Parliament somehow it represents the mere mention of the fact you're an MP represents a misuse of your office. That is a ludicrous interpretation which he had previously used in the investigation of the member for Ottawa West, Nepean, and found her guilty of acknowledging that she was an MP when she was campaigning for her husband who was running for Ottawa City Council. This crazy, crazy interpretation of the code that somehow people knew that she was a member of Parliament while her husband ran for public office represented an abuse of the code. The fact that her husband was going from a higher paying job to a lower paying one as an Ottawa City Councillor, thereby meaning he had a negative financial interest, was of no concern to the Commissioner, who was simply looking for a way to find her guilty of something to justify himself and his salary. An outrageous pattern of behavior that he repeated again when he went after the member for Etobicoke Lakeshore. You can read both his report and my views on his report on my website about his vindictive attack on the member for Etobicoke Lakeshore just because he didn't like the way in which the member was behaving. This kind of personal petty vindictiveness creeping into an officer of Parliament so that they can go out, take advantage of the fact that there are no procedural protections for members of Parliament and abuse their authority is an outrage and it should be dealt with. Mr. Speaker, I'm just checking if there's any other item to mention. There is. In the event that one member asks the Commissioner to investigate another member, this can happen that the Commissioner looks into it and says, ultimately that was frivolous. You dragged that person's name through the mud for nothing. So we actually changed the code when I was on the Procedure and Justice Affairs Committee to say that when an investigation is undertaken, both the Commissioner and the member who's made the accusation have to stay quiet so that you can't damage a person by launching an investigation right before an election, for example. And then also, this was put into the code, 27 sub 6. If the Commissioner is of the opinion that a request for an inquiry was frivolous or vexatious or not made in good faith, the Commissioner shall so state in dismissing the request in a report under section 28(6) and may recommend that further action be considered against the member who made the request. Now, that's great if an MP does that, and that was done, by the way, when Charlie Angus launched a frivolous accusation against another member. But I didn't get that right. I didn't get that right because some anonymous person anonymously denounced to a Commissioner who kept on protecting their identity after the fact of finding out that the whole thing was frivolous. And when I spoke to the member for Ottawa West Nepean, I apologize for revealing a confidential conversation here, but I talked about how much it would cost me to fight this in legal bills. And I said, the thing is, I'm very fortunate. I have very, very fortunate, extraordinarily fortunate financial circumstances. The $40,000 in legal fees it cost me to fight this was something I could sustain. And she said, well, I had to pay a whole bunch too. So the Commissioner gets a salary for doing this stuff. She and I assume the member of Etobicoke Lakeshore as well, had to pay out of our own pockets for this. If you are not independently wealthy, the investigation itself can ruin you, even if it's completely vexatious. This is an outrage that exists throughout the administrative justice system in Canada, federal and provincial. It exists right here, and it is time to cut out this cancer. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Order. I thank the members for Lanark, Frontenac, Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes, and Winnipeg North for their intervention. The Chair will take this under advisement and will report back to the House in due course. Orders of the day. Order du jour. Oh.
Ordre du jour. Reprise du débat à l'étape du rapport du projet de loi C3, loi modifiant la loi sur la citoyenneté 2025 et sur les motions dans le groupe numéro 1.
Il reste 5 minutes pour les questions et commentaires.
There remains 5 minutes for questions and comments for the member for Gaspésie, Les Îles de la Madeleine, Listegouge.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I was a bit surprised in terms of the take that the Bloc was taking on the issue. His argument seemed to be that because a majority of a standing committee felt that amendment that the Bloc and the Conservatives worked together on passed the committee, that the House of Commons does not have the right to be able to make a change. As we know, the House of Commons does have a right to do that because it's a majority. Even though the government has a minority of the seats, if a majority of the members vote in one direction, does the member believe that the standing committee should accept it?
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Les Îles de la Madeleine, Listegouge. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my learned colleague for his question. The question I asked was, what are parliamentary committees even for? I understand what my colleague is saying, that the House is supreme, but parliamentary committees are other bodies with recognized opposition parties that are in charge of improving legislation. Now, the government intends to ally with a non-recognized party and tear up the work of a parliamentary committee. Certainly, the member of the unrecognized party should have her say, but should that mean tearing up the work of a parliamentary committee completely? That is my question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. There were amendments at the committee, common sense amendments. Then, today, the NDP stood up and attempted to reverse these amendments. The NDP does not even have party status in the House. That's not fair. What does my colleague think? The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Les Îles de la Madeleine, Listegouge. I would like to thank my learned colleague for her question in my language. That's the question, isn't it? We have a parliamentary democracy here, and my concern is that committees will become a futile mechanism. Things will get decided in committee and then torn up as soon as they make their way back to the House. I think we should find a way to incorporate the amendments that we made. They are reasonable amendments that work in favor of transparency. If we are about to take in 150,000 new citizens over the coming years, the House should be informed, and so should the Canadian public. We think that's important. We believe in transparency and accountability, and I hope the other side agrees with us on that. The Honourable Member for Beauharnois, Salaberry, Soulanges, Huntingdon. Thank you. I think my colleague was very clear about my party's position. There's some disagreement with the NDP and the government on the number of people who will be impacted by this bill. But the parliamentary budget officer has a certain reputation, a good reputation among members of parliament, and he said that more people would be impacted by the bill than the Liberals and the NDP believe. Could my colleague speak on this? The Honourable Member. I would like to thank my learned colleague for her question. We voted in favor of C3 at second reading. Then we carried out some research. Yes, we agree that injustices should be corrected, but this bill could have unintended consequences, and that is what the parliamentary budget officer has told us. Up to 150,000 new people could become Canadian citizens if safeguards are not put in place. We should deal with this before the bill is actually passed. What is more, we believe our safeguards will allow us to correct injustices. Parents will just have to remain in Canada for roughly 3 years in the 5 years preceding the birth of their child. That's quite reasonable.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to be able to rise and address the legislation through the amendments, and hopefully I could provide some clarification in terms of why it is that we're standing here today having to be able to have this particular debate. It's important for us to recognize that there were amendments and changes to the Citizenship Act that were made under the former Conservative government, the government in which the leader of the Conservative Party was very, very prominent of. And what we found out through a Superior Court of the Superior Court of Ontario is that it was in a violation of rights, Mr. Speaker, and ultimately that's why it is that we're here today. Because of a Superior Court order which dealt with the issue that C3 is attempting to resolve. We have a deadline. The courts have indicated as long as we can pass the legislation by November the 20th of this year, then the system will, in essence, stay intact. I have been working in the whole area of immigration and citizenship for many years, and I really do believe that there's something that's of great significance that has actually been overlooked, or at the very least not talked enough about. When you think in terms of citizenship, there's 3 ways in which one acquires a citizenship. The most common and recognized way is the first way. You were born, raised, and living in Canada, as a high percentage of the members of this House would have been, Mr. Speaker. Another way is through naturalization. And through naturalization, that means ultimately individuals are able to come to Canada through some form of an immigration stream. The numbers have fluctuated over the years. We have many individuals that have been permanent residents in Canada for many years, but have never really taken the next step for all sorts of reasons in terms of getting their citizenship. But for those that do make the decision, and that is a majority, you will see that there is a 1,095-day qualification in order to be able to get that citizenship, Mr. Speaker. Now, there is a certain time frame around that. I'll acknowledge that, Mr. Speaker. But these are individuals that have never set foot in Canada in the form of a permanent residence successful application. And that's a very important qualifier. You can be in Canada as a visitor for virtually almost indefinitely. You can come to Canada. Typically, it's a 6-month. You return. You go back to your home country. Then you might come back for another visit. We encourage people to come and visit our great lands from coast to coast to coast. That is a positive thing, but it doesn't count towards a person's citizenship, Mr. Speaker. In order to acquire that naturalization, you have to go through a process that ultimately sees you being in Canada after being a permanent resident for a minimum of 1,095 days. The third way to be a citizen of Canada, and this is where the contention seems to be, and that is around the issue of being a citizen through descent. So let me give a very specific example. We have literally thousands of Canadians that serve abroad in order to serve Canadians here in Canada. And I'm referring to our military personnel, our foreign service, Mr. Speaker, and that's just government-related, national government-related positions. There are many international companies that are rooted here in Canada, Mr. Speaker, headquartered here in Canada, and they will have individuals outside of the country working in one way or another. So maybe if I was to try to really simplify this, I want members to imagine, if you will, if I am a civil servant, as you know, working in the embassy, in the Foreign Service, and I now am posted out to country X. And while I'm out in country X, I actually have a child. That child is not born in Canada, but is born in Germany, let's say, Mr. Speaker. Now, being a part of the Foreign Service as a diplomat, I might actually be there for a number of years. Come back to Canada, possibly, Mr. Speaker, or I could actually stay on a foreign deployment for a number of years, as many of our bureaucrats will, Mr. Speaker. So now let's say my son or daughter ultimately, turns the age of majority and has an opportunity in that country in which I was posted to, and decides to stay there, and ultimately has children of his or of her own. Well, Mr. Speaker, and I end up coming back to Canada. Whether I've retired or my posting brings me back to Canada. What the Conservatives are saying, along with the Bloc, is that if my son or daughter has a child, that child cannot be a Canadian. That's what they're saying. I'm suggesting that my grandchild should be entitled to be a Canadian. And in order to be able to facilitate some sort of a connection, we do have within the legislation evidence of a substantial connection. And that substantial connection is 1,095 days. Remember, I made reference to 1,095 days just a few minutes ago, Mr. Speaker. So if my son was to be able to maintain that relationship with Canada and have that substantial connection, then why should his or her child not be able to have the opportunity, my grandchild, to be able to call Canada his or her home? And I guess this is where we differ. And I don't quite understand the opposition to that. They will take the extreme position, which I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, is at times maybe a little bit of an exaggeration. Is it possible? All sorts of things are possible, Mr. Speaker. But is it justifiable in order to be able to prevent a second generation from being able to come to Canada as a Canadian citizen? And then for those that would argue, well, why not just reapply to become a Canadian? Well, Mr. Speaker, as we all know, it's not as simple as that. Canada is recognized around the world as one of, I would argue, the country with the strongest reputation today and over past years as a country to come to. There are far more people that want to come to Canada and call Canada home than Canada can actually sustain, Mr. Speaker. So when we take a look in terms of immigration and the issue that we're talking about today, I think it is reasonable for us to support this because we can still have integrity within our immigration system, Mr. Speaker. We do have the flexibility. Mr. Speaker, to conclude my remark, I think I got less than a minute to go. I think, the Prime Minister has been very clear on the immigration file and bringing stability to it. And when I see Bill C-3, what we're doing is we're empowering Canadians abroad to become Canadians. I see that as a positive thing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sarnia, Lambton, Book-Keswick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for his speech. One of the things we haven't talked about today in this debate is the fact that there may be an additional 150,000 or possibly more citizens, and the Liberals really don't know how many there will be. One of the problems from an elections point of view is that according to Elections Canada, these people that will be citizens living outside the country can decide which riding their vote is going to count in. And there is no mechanism for Elections Canada to have known when they spent their 1,095 days where they were. And so that is a problem that has not got a solution yet. And as you know, in some ridings, they're won by 80 votes, 500 votes. So 150,000 people could be a consideration there. And I wonder if the member has a proposed solution from the Liberal government.
You know, the Parliamentary Secretary is the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I am absolutely confident in Elections Canada's abilities to ensure that we have fair elections in every region of our country. And I would like to think that that the confidence that we collectively should have in Elections Canada should allow us to be able to proceed with what Bill C-3 is proposing to do without having to be concerned in regards to an impact that it'll have on the election because of some sort of a fear factor. I believe that that issue can, in fact, and will be addressed.
Questions, comments, questions and commentaires.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that this bill, despite what my colleague from the government side is refusing to admit, could lead to 150,000 new voting Canadians, according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, people who have never lived on Canadian soil. On our side of the House, we have suggested amendments to restrict the scope of the bill a little bit. For the 3-year timeline for presence in Canada, we suggested a 5-year maximum time frame. So they would have to reside in Canada for 3 out of the 5 years before their child's birth. That is the same measure applied to people attaining citizenship through immigration. Why is the government refusing to apply this rule?
Mr. Speaker, within the legislation, it requires a substantial connection to Canada where it does have the 1,095 days. And that is something that's not necessarily within the 5 years. But, like I said, I've had the opportunity to work with literally hundreds, if not thousands, of individuals that are permanent residents that contribute immensely to our economy in every significant way that matters. And at the end of the day, having that substantial connection to Canada, I think alleviates that particular concern. In terms of the overall numbers that are out there, just because you can throw a number doesn't necessarily mean everyone's going to be flooding to get their Canadian citizenship. I just don't believe that we should be denying individuals through a generation saying that no, you cannot be identified as a Canadian even though you have a substantial connection to it.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. 30 seconds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is a simple one. We amended the bill in committee following a serious examination. Some amendments came from the Conservatives, some came from the Bloc. Now, what we are witnessing is the government allying with the NDP and tearing up all of the committee amendments and all of the work our committee did. I know it is possible for an unrecognized party to propose amendments, but normally when you propose amendments at report stage, they have to do with subjects that didn't come up in committee. How come the government is proceeding in this way after the committee already did serious work and discussed these topics?
Mr. Speaker, I would just caution the member in terms of diminishing the importance in the sense of equality amongst members of Parliament that are on the floor of the House. He might not necessarily like it, but there is 5 political entities that are inside the House. All individual members of the House are due equal respect.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The honourable member for Niagara South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to rise on this stage of the bill coming to the House on Bill C-3. Canadian citizenship is one of the most valuable possessions on the face of the earth. I know without a doubt that no one in this chamber would trade, diminish, or relinquish their Canadian citizenship for any price, any prize, or anything. We believe, with good reason, that Canadian citizenship is perhaps the most valuable asset in the world. The spirits, the legacy, the sacrifice of those who fought to protect the value of Canadian citizenship are with us here today in this chamber as we consider important changes to the processes and pathways to gaining the most valuable asset in the world, becoming Canadian. We have a sacred obligation to respect their ultimate sacrifice for our democracy. Let me preface by saying that my citizenship in this country derives from brave people who came here from 3 generations ago from England, Wales, and Italy. And they came here looking for a better life. Canada represented for them a new frontier with hope, opportunity, and the promise that hard work and a commitment to Canada would give you a good life. For me, I owe them everything. I stand here today in this magnificent place of Canadian democracy because of the path and the opportunities they gave me as a proud Canadian. And while the times were different then, the objectives are the same. They never thought Canadian citizenship was easy. It was hard. And they made it their way by supporting the idea of peace, order, and good government. The original text of this bill, which would have opened the floodgates to people with no serious connection to Canada, either through loose lineage or lived experience, was our biggest problem with the legislation. When I was asked to join the Citizenship and Immigration Committee, one of the first pieces of legislation we saw was this bill. Conservatives support several aspects of this legislation and argued at committee for changes, and we were successful in improving the bill. The questions remain: will the Liberals recognize the improvements we made to this bill, or will they impose a view that seriously diminishes the value and pathway to becoming a Canadian? Fundamentally, one big question faces this House at this pivotal time in defining the value of being a Canadian. Is it reasonable for anyone who wants to become Canadian to be required to demonstrate a substantial connection to Canada? I say it is absolutely reasonable. But the Liberals have come up with this idea that foreign-born individuals who have never lived here could gain citizenship just because a parent spent a few months here a few years ago. Now, I know that my Liberal colleagues will say that I'm simplifying the scenario, but I know that my immigrant grandparents would be appalled at this concept as a serious option to become a Canadian. This is chain migration without an adequate connection to our country. And it creates a 2-tiered system where those who never lived here get the same rights as those who work hard to earn the Canadian citizenship they received. It's not inherited. Canadian citizenship should not be inherited as a chattel, an heirloom, or a convenient hedge against political or social circumstances elsewhere. Being Canadian takes commitment, not convenience. As one witness told the committee, there is no benefit derived from having non-contributing citizens living abroad, not paying taxes, but just using a Canadian passport for their convenience and parachuting into Canada when they need assistance. Canadian citizenship, Mr. Speaker, is not a prize. Canadian citizenship is not a hand-me-down. And Canadian citizenship is not an asset to be kept in a safe to be used from time to time. Canadian citizenship is also not a loosely connected generational thread for people who have no understanding of what it actually means to be Canadian, to know the generosity of Canada, the magnificence of Canada, the splendor of our Great Lakes, the majesty of our Rocky Mountains, our linguistic duality, and the struggles of building this country across vast distances and impossible terrain. The most egregious aspects of the original legislation allowed for loosely connected generational individuals to gain citizenship without official language proficiency, security checks against criminal activity, or a basic understanding of Canadian history, a test that everyone else seeking citizenship here would need to prove before being granted the right to enjoy the most valuable asset in the world, being a Canadian. Even the Liberals will grudgingly acknowledge that they screwed up the immigration system over the past 10 years, with over 3 million temporary residents and 500,000 undocumented persons now living in Canada, continuing to allow temporary residents' descendants to automatically claim citizenship will deeply impact Canada's immigration system, housing, jobs, and social services. Now, there are parts of this bill that Conservatives clearly support. We support fixing that glitch in the immigration process that resulted in the so-called lost Canadians, where through unintended change in citizenship law saw many individuals denied automatic and rightful access to citizenship. My colleagues on the committee and I worked tirelessly over the past months to study Bill C-3, and we proposed reasonable amendments. One of the most significant amendments was on the citizenship by descent and citizenship by adoption. Under these changes approved at committee, a person cannot be granted citizenship by descent or adoption if neither of their parents, who were Canadian citizens, had not been physically present in Canada for at least 1,095 days during any period of 5 consecutive years before that person's birth. I know that sounds a little complicated, but there it is. We also passed amendments on language and knowledge. This reinforces the purpose of a Canadian identity and ensures that those who wish to apply for citizenship, either by descent or adoption, have a connection to Canada's history and one of its official languages. We also passed amendments requiring security checks to ensure Canada welcomes people who have a good track record, not a criminal one. Mr. Speaker, by requiring 1,095 days of physical presence in Canada over the course of 5 years, a clear language and knowledge of Canada's history, and a proper security screening with annual checkups by the Ministry reporting to us ensures that Canadian citizens who are truly prepared to embrace the rights, responsibilities, and values of our beautiful nation. These are not burdensome hurdles. They are safeguards that uphold the integrity of our citizenship system. Mr. Speaker, Niagara South is a border riding. This past week, I had the opportunity to talk to both the Immigration and Public Safety Committees, as well as in the House, about how we manage the flow of goods across one of Canada's busiest borders. The Peace Bridge in Fort Erie sees over $50 billion a year in trade across the arc of that iconic bridge linking Canada to the U.S. We know we have problems with our entire immigration system. My constituents are very much aware of these issues and have told me that citizenship should not be handed out like playing cards. Mr. Speaker, when I was elected as a Conservative Member of Parliament, I made a commitment to the people of South Niagara that I would hold this government to account and ensure common sense would prevail. The amendments made to C3 represent the values of what it means to be a Canadian and the sacred trust embodied in it. And the amendments make common sense. I encourage my Liberal colleagues to accept our reasonable changes to the bill. They reflect careful consideration and illustrate that we can compromise and make legislation better, something the Liberals asked us to do. Well, we have. And now this legislation is here before you. I encourage the Liberals to accept our amendments to protect the most valuable asset in the world, Canadian citizenship. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had given a very specific example where you have a foreign diplomat that goes to serve abroad, has a child, and that child makes the determination after a number of years to stay in a particular country, and starts a family. They are still passionate about the country of Canada. They still travel to Canada. They've demonstrated that they do have an interest. They meet the 1,095 days. But from my perspective, the parent of that child now has a child, and which would then make they have their grandparents living in Canada. Is the member prepared to say that he does not support foreign affairs and people in the Canadian forces being able to pass that citizenship down to their grandchildren?
The member for Niagara South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, one of the interesting, the way the honourable member puts the narrative as though it is somehow Canada is discriminating against Canadians. Look, every nation puts limits on the number of people and the number of generations that people can apply for citizenship. It is not unreasonable to put a limit on a generational, like chain migration. Immigration is not an option that any country supports. This legislation provides a pathway in perpetuity for multi-generations, for people who may never have set foot in this country, except their parents or their grandparents may have spent 5 years here, and I just can't support that. There has to be limits. Not everyone can just become a Canadian because they want to.
Questions and comments? Question commentary. The member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for bringing up, just what the Liberal government has done to our immigration system. What was worldly recognized as likely one of the best economic and immigration systems around the globe for decades. But one thing I was kind of not really surprised, but that I'd be interested to get the members' feedback if he's hearing the same thing from really first-generation Canadians and people that have immigrated to Canada that are very frustrated with what the Liberals have done and how they have, as the member indicated, basically are undercutting the value of a Canadian citizenship here in our country.
The honourable member for Niagara South.
Well, the member raises a good point. There's nothing more valuable, in my view, than Canadian citizenship. My grandparents immigrated here from all four of my grandparents immigrated here with nothing to show when they got here. But they worked hard, they built a family, they built a life, they owned a home, which is very difficult for immigrants today. I mean, we have to understand that being a Canadian is a special privilege. And the process through which people must proceed through a legitimate process, not based on showing up here, being lost in the fabric of Canada, and then suddenly being able to obtain citizenship. It's not an option for me, and I think we need to focus more on what the amendments in this legislation have suggested.
Yes, joint commentaire dans le député de Beauharnois.
The honourable member for Beauharnois-Salaberry-Soulanges, Huntington. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You rhyme off my riding name with so much enthusiasm. Now, people need to get it that the Bloc and the Conservatives are not against this bill. We've supported this bill, but we did make some amendments to tighten up the criteria for recognizing a person as Canadian or not, especially when that person is outside Canada. Can my colleague reassure people that serious work was done at committee and that should be respected here in the House for the next step, which is voting on the bill itself? The honourable member for Niagara South.
Speaker, yes, indeed. The discussions at committee were comprehensive. We spent a lot of time debating various issues with this legislation. I'm very happy that our colleagues with the Bloc and the Conservatives collaborated to understand some of the issues that were affecting this bill, which had gone through several iterations in a previous Parliament. This legislation effectively died in the last Parliament. It's died twice in the last Parliament through different iterations. This version, with the amendments put forward today by the Conservatives, supported by the Bloc, and many of the Bloc presented, supported by us, is a good piece of legislation now, and I would encourage the government to support it.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Innovation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise today to speak about Bill C3 and the transformative power of Canadian citizenship. Look, at the heart of it, this bill is about Canadians, about families, their histories, their sacrifices, and their deep and abiding connection to Canada, no matter where their careers or lives may take them. Since second reading, the Immigration Committee has completed its review of the bill, heard from many witnesses, and brought forward many, many amendments. As we approach final passage, I want to highlight why the bill as drafted remains the right path forward. Citizenship is more than just legal status. It's about belonging to a diverse, welcoming community where shared democratic values bind us together. These values remind us of who we are. They remind us that Canada remains a beacon of light and hope in this world. They remind us that our strength as a nation lies not in uniformity, but in our ability to celebrate difference by working together towards a common good around shared values and shared aspirations. My parents came to this country because they had little choice, but they were lucky that Canada chose them. They came to this country under very difficult circumstances. They bleed for this country. They would die for this country if that was required of them. Because Canada has given them everything. Canada gave them the ability to practice their professions, to practice their faith, to raise their kids. The alignment with values, the alignment with commitment to community, to taking care of our neighbors, to believing in the best of all of us, to working together despite our differences, to celebrate those differences in an era where diversity is looked upon negatively, to look at those differences as an opportunity of strength, to use that strength to communicate with and connect with the rest of the world, to trade with the rest of the world, to find that in our differences there is remarkable strength. There are opportunities to learn from one another, to learn about each other, and through that to learn about the complicated world in which we live. My parents taught us from a very young age that citizenship doesn't just bring rights, it brings responsibilities. And that is what we need to be talking about today, Mr. Speaker, the ability to ensure that there is a common understanding of what it means to be a Canadian citizen. And what that means is a commitment to a set of principles, to a commitment to a set of values, to ensuring that even as migration and mobility are fixtures of modern life, that sense of connectedness to what Canada means is not lost. There are many people, Mr. Speaker, who are born in this country, like me, who sometimes forget the value of what it means to be a Canadian citizen. But ask anyone who has come to this country, Mr. Speaker, who has fought for that citizenship, whose families have fought for that citizenship, what it means. Doesn't make anybody any more or less of a citizen where they are born or how they acquired that citizenship. We all share that pride in being Canadian. But for those of us that are born here, we're lucky. We're extremely lucky. But it doesn't mean that value is diminished because of where we were born, whether we were born here or elsewhere. The world takes us to the modern world takes us to different places. I have had the privilege of living in different countries, studied in different places. I've always come back to this country because this is my home. Others are not so lucky. They end up living in other countries for long periods of time. But their ties to this country, their love for this country doesn't change. And I think we have to stop placing a value judgment on what the litmus test is for someone's love and care and connectedness to this country by determining that somehow birth decides that. There are people who are born in this country, Mr. Speaker, who denigrate Canada every single day, who say that the country is broken and they would rather we be part of the United States. And there are people who are Canadian who live miles and miles away from this country who take such tremendous pride in what this country means and what this country stands for. And our job is to make sure that we ensure that people who have the right, or who should have the right to be Canadian citizens, through the means articulated by our laws, are afforded that opportunity and that those rights are not taken away. Canada already leads the world in so many different areas, in particular in showing the world how successful immigration can work. As some countries' access to immigration is tightened, as rights to citizenship gets tightened, Canada's approach, which is principled, one that embraces diversity, one that ensures economic prosperity and the global ties that make us stronger as a country. We all know that Canadians live and work abroad, Mr. Speaker, working in the arts and sciences, in education, in economic development, international development, in diplomacy. These people, these citizens maintain deep ties, deep links to Canada, returning to raise their kids, to work, to study, to care for loved ones, to build community. Ensuring that their children, whether born or adopted abroad, that can share in that identity isn't about fairness. It strengthens our country's cohesion and our global reach. We all know from experiences in our own communities what new Canadians have told us about how important their citizenship is to them, what it means to them, how becoming a citizen has impacted them, and the ways that we have to continue to safeguard the rights and responsibilities and shared values of citizenship. For those of us from all parties who have attended a citizenship ceremony know that it is a moment of deep pride for those that are taking that oath to this country. The pride in calling Canada home, the pride in the journey that it took them to get here. It marks the culmination of years of sacrifice, of hard work, of perseverance, not just by the individual, but often sacrifices made by an entire family, many of whom will never see Canada. It's a moment of great connection to community, of opportunity, and indeed something greater than oneself. Those of us who have seen the emotional weight of this moment will never forget it. Newcomers, often with their kids by their side, hold their certificates tightly, knowing what it means to them and to their family's future, that they will have the security and confidence of being able to be called Canadian. This feeling of pride goes well beyond borders, with people around this world longing for the opportunity to call Canada home. For those fleeing conflict, persecution, or hardship, Canadian citizenship represents a new beginning and a beacon of hope to all. It is a privilege that they do not take lightly. The gratitude expressed by new Canadians is profound. We all hear it in our streets and our communities. They speak with pride about the opportunities that Canada has given them when it comes to education, when it comes to building a peaceful life. These pillars of Canadian society are the cornerstones of a better future, not just for new Canadians, but for their children and for future generations. Whether it's through volunteering or participating in local cultural events or simply getting to know their neighbors, new Canadians are active participants in strengthening the fabric of our society. They embody the spirit of Canadian generosity, and they contribute to the success of their community in so many ways. And their stories remind us of why the rules that govern citizenship, Mr. Speaker, why the rules that govern citizenship by descent must be fair, must be clear, and rooted in the lived experiences of Canadians everywhere. As a government, it's up to us to remain vigilant in ensuring that Canadian citizenship remains a powerful symbol of inclusivity, fairness, and security. And that is why we have brought forward this bill, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that access to citizenship by descent remains fair and transparent. At a time when misinformation and division can threaten confidence in public institutions, Canada must show that its commitment to fairness extends well beyond borders. Mr. Speaker, at a time when members opposite are saying that there should be, or that it's a good idea to consider a moratorium on immigration, that type of rhetoric helps us not when trying to make important decisions for the future of this country. We're talking about extending access to citizenship beyond a first generation. What we are affirming is that Canadian identity is shaped not only by the place of birth, but by connection, contribution, and shared values. This bill will remedy the status of people who would have been Canadian if not for the first generation limit. It also creates a new forward-looking framework for citizenship by descent. Going forward, children that are born or adopted abroad beyond the first generation will be able to access Canadian citizenship if their Canadian parent can show a substantial connection to Canada. This is not a free-for-all, Mr. Speaker. This is something that is going to be a real set of criteria. As long as a parent or a Canadian parent born or adopted abroad has accumulated 3 years of physical presence in Canada before the birth of that child, their child can be a citizen of this country. Throughout this committee study, Mr. Speaker, members explored different ways that this model could apply. But at the end of the day, what this is about is fairness. It's about fairness for Canadians. It's about fairness for those who are adopted by Canadians. And it's about fairness for communities who have put their roots down in this community, in this country. We know, Mr. Speaker, that citizenship is a profound milestone for those that obtain it. It's a privilege that comes with opportunity and with gratitude. But it also comes with responsibility to uphold the values that unite us. Our job in this House, Mr. Speaker, should not be to divide Canadians. It should be to explain to people meaningfully what it means to be a Canadian, to ensure that those values are well inculcated, but that the rules of this place do not diminish the status, the stature, and value of one Canadian over another. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Niagara South.
I appreciate the comments from the member opposite, but I'm concerned. His initial statement was he supports this bill as it is drafted. So Can I assume from that the government is going to vote against all of the amendments that have been put forward by the Conservative opposition with the support of the Bloc? And secondly, he said that his parents were so proud of their citizenship when they came to Canada. Second question, would his parents believe in citizenship in perpetuity for people that actually have never set foot in Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Innovation.
Thank the member opposite for his question. As is custom for members on this side, we consider every single amendment. We consider the impact of those amendments on the lives of Canadians, and we make our voting decisions accordingly. Some of the amendments that have put forward, and we've heard the term chain migration being used. This is a very, very dangerous language use in this place, because what it does is it fundamentally misrepresents. As the member, as my colleague previously noted, he gave the example of a Foreign Service diplomat who could get tied up in the maelstrom of what the opposition is proposing. What we are proposing, Mr. Speaker, is a reasoned, thoughtful, and clear path to citizenship for Canadians that meet the requirements. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question and commentary. The Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member across the way stated that this side of the House supported a moratorium on immigration. Mr. Speaker, that's patently misleading. What we have stated is that the nonpartisan consensus on immigration has been broken by this government. For 30-plus years, between 300,000 and 500,000 people came to Canada, valued this country, and that number bounced around because of economic circumstances and the situations around the world. That consensus was broken when those numbers skyrocketed past 1 million people. That was not fair. 1 million people per year for 3 years. That's not fair to the immigrants coming in, and that's not fair to the Canadians that then face the housing, medical, and other shortages in this country. Would the member opposite not also agree?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I want to thank the member opposite for his question. I have a lot of respect for that member, and so I want to say two things. First, I think we all agree that there is an important moment in this country's history to be able to reform this immigration system so that it works in a thoughtful, meaningful way, and that is exactly what our government has said we are doing, and that is exactly what we're doing. The member opposite said that I made that blanket statement about a moratorium on all members. That's not what I said. There are members opposite, including the member, Mr. Speaker, for Bowmanville, Oshawa North, who said that it was his personal view that there should be a moratorium on immigration. My understanding, Mr. Speaker, is that runs counter to the very policies of that side. So I would appreciate it if the member opposite would be able to clarify that position. But as far as I'm concerned, those are the words of his colleague. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question and commentary. L'honorable député de Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This keeps coming up from the other side of the House. They keep saying that they would have preferred that the amendments proposed at committee they would have preferred those to be accepted. Now, they're characterizing the amendments as anti-immigration, but now I'm not an immigrant, but if I were to live abroad and my children were to be born there, their children would not have citizenship unless they lived here for 3 years. So why are they victimizing immigration when that's not what's being targeted here? It's the question of giving citizenship to people that don't have a sufficient connection to Canada. So what's wrong with making sure that people show their attachment to Canada? So it's not about whether people should have citizenship or not, but whether they have the requisite amount of attachment.
Monsieur le Président, alors
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks for the question from my colleague. So it's not just a question of citizenship, it's also one of immigration, because the Conservatives have raised the issue of immigration and they're saying, why are there problems with the system? So when in discussing the concept of citizenship, we also have to talk about problems related to the immigration system. And Canadians need responsible rules around this so that everyone can understand at what point you can become a citizen. And that's why, in my opinion, this bill is important for us to consider responsibly.
It being 1:30. We shouldn't get ahead of ourselves, colleagues. Order. It being 1:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, beginning debate at second reading of Bill C-222, Relieving Grieving Parents of an Administrative Burden Act, Evans Law. Standing in the name of Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach, seconded by Ms. Gould, moves that Bill C-222, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act and the Canada Labour Code, death of a child, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources and Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Debate. The Honourable Member for Burnaby North Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak to my private member's bill, Bill C-222, the Relieving Grieving Parents of an Administrative Burden Act, also known as Evans Law. It's an incredible week for me personally to be introducing this legislation. Sunday represented the 10-year anniversary of first being elected to this House, and I thank my friends and neighbours in Burnaby North Seymour for continuing to give me their trust and support over all of these years. But Wednesday also represented the 20-year anniversary for my wife and I being together. So I have to say, through you, of course, Mr. Speaker, but mostly through the television cameras, to my wife, that I love you very much, Ravi, and of course our two beautiful daughters, Nova and Solar, who are turning 7 and 5. So that means I've been an MP for more than half of my relationship and a father for the majority of my time as an MP. Now, why is this important in the context for this bill? Because one of our daughters had a very challenging birth. We came incredibly close to losing her. And if it wasn't for the day and night 24-hour service of a dedicated team of NICO nurses and doctors, the Royal Columbian Hospital, over the first 20 days of her life, she wouldn't have made it. Those 20 days in the NICU gave us a lot of perspective. Not only a deep feeling of gratitude for everyone who works in our healthcare system, but an appreciation for the struggles that parents of young children face every day. We met families who were both emotionally and financially devastated by the unplanned complications that so many new parents face. Sadly, not every story has a happy ending. In Canada, approximately 1,600 families experience the unimaginable heartbreak of losing a child during the period in which they are receiving parental benefits. In those tragic circumstances, our system currently adds a layer of unnecessary pain and bureaucracy to families who are already facing profound loss. Under the current rules, once a child passes away, the family technically no longer qualifies for parental benefits. This means that the family begins to accrue a financial liability that will later have to be clawed back. Now, families can choose to switch to EI sickness benefits, which provide similar compensation, but doing so requires to contact Service Canada. Not just for the initial application, mind you, but every 2 weeks thereafter to confirm their eligibility. This, I think, we can all agree is a cruel and unnecessary burden. Imagine forcing grieving parents to repeatedly explain their tragedy to strangers every 14 days. That is the unfortunate reality of our current system. Evans Law offers a simple, elegant, and compassionate solution. It states that if an individual qualifies for parental benefits and their child tragically passes away during that period, that they continue to qualify. No phone call, no questions, no clawbacks. But also little to no additional cost. There is no significant incremental increase in cost because parental benefits and the EI sickness benefit are nearly identical in value. Actually, this change saves government resources by reducing administrative complexity and eliminating needless red tape. Remember, every time a government official needlessly picks up the phone, it simultaneously increases costs to the taxpayer while decreasing the level of service provided to everyone else. This is a small and technical amendment. The entire bill, fully translated, is less than one page, double-sided. While I have no delusions that this piece of legislation will change the world, I know that it will make a world of difference to those 1,600 families that are directly impacted. Mr. Speaker, I want to take a moment to acknowledge the many people and partners who helped make this bill possible.
I'd like to extend my gratitude to the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Jobs and Families, for their guidance and support as the proposal was developed. I want to recognize the previous members of HoC who studied this issue in 2019 and whose work laid much of the foundation for this legislation. The Honourable Member for Burlington, who was previously the Minister responsible for Service Canada, she helped draft this legislation, she seconded it, she'll be speaking to it later today, and simply this bill wouldn't exist without her. Also, Evan's parents live in her riding, and Evan's mother, Jennifer, was the individual who first raised this issue after enduring the loss of her child. This is the power of a free and democratic society. The ability to turn your own heartbreak into something that will help thousands of families in the future. Thank you, Jennifer, for your immeasurable contribution to this bill. I also want to thank members from all parties who have reached out to me directly to express their support, share their personal stories, and offer constructive ideas. Compassion does not belong to any one side of this House. It belongs to all of us. And I truly believe this bill represents the kind of legislation we can all get behind, one that reflects our shared values and our shared humanity. From my time working at Service Canada, I have seen firsthand how simple, innovative changes can make the government more service-oriented, but also more effective and more efficient. In a time of global uncertainty, our government has expanded services to help make life more affordable and to make Canadian workers more productive. This includes programs like childcare, dental care, pharmacare, and the National School Food Program. All of these programs help improve our quality of life in the short term, but grow our economy and our competitiveness in the long term. But they are only sustainable if we work to make our government as efficient as possible. Our Prime Minister has embodied this philosophy, challenging our government to spend less on operations so that we can invest more in growing our economy and electing the full potential of Canada and for Canadian families. This piece of legislation aligns perfectly with this philosophy, which is important because we require a royal recommendation for this legislation to pass, and I assure you that we are working diligently with the Prime Minister and the ministers responsible to get that recommendation. Modernizing our government, making it more cost-effective, providing better services all at the same time is possible when we all work together. Evan's Law encapsulates this principle perfectly. It is about creating a system that understands that families, when going through a hard time, need compassion, and it responds with effective simplicity. It is about designing government that works for people and not against them. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-222 is a small bill, but one that will make a meaningful difference. It is a reminder that good government is about more than budgets and bureaucracy. It's about people and about the compassion that we show in the moments that matter most. This is a bill that makes sense, that saves money, and that most importantly, reflects the kind of Canada we want to build, one that is fair, efficient, smart, and kind. I hope all members of this House will join me in supporting Evan's Law. And if you have any questions or concerns, I invite anyone in this House or listening at home to reach out to me directly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Thank you. I want to thank my colleague for making that speech and for bringing this bill forward. It's going to allow me to raise my son's name. Brenton. Give me a second. I spent 31 days in NICU 37 years ago, and he didn't make it. Thank you.
The honourable member for Burnaby North Seymour.
I thank the member opposite for that comment. It was difficult for him to stand up and make that comment. I was very scared of getting through my section of the speech and had to slow down myself. That's how important this bill is. Thank you.
Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for... Honourable member. Mr. Speaker, I'm quite touched myself. There is no worse tragedy than to lose a child. I commend the member for tabling this bill, which allows us to express the current limits of the EI Act And I would like to know if he's received assurances from his government, because he is a member of the government side, whether he has assurances that these changes, these very humane changes to the Act, will receive royal recommendation.
The honourable member for Burnaby North Seymour.
Well, thank you for that question. Working diligently to get it. I can tell you the other thing that I've been working diligently on as the previous minister responsible is making sure that if we get that royal recommendation, that it can be implemented under the legacy system of EI very quickly, and that it can also be easily implemented under the BDM program as well. So everything is aligning in the right direction, but I'm going to need your help. I'm going to need everybody's help to make sure that it happens.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Burlington.
And let me add my gratitude to the honourable member from Burnaby North Seymour for bringing this bill forward. Something he said in his speech, he said, I know that this isn't going to change the world, but it's going to make a world of difference for the affected families. And I couldn't agree more. For those 1,600 families who tragically experience this every year, he's making their lives a little bit easier, and I just want to say thank you for that. I also, as a former Minister of Service Canada, and my colleague as well, you don't have to get two Ministers of Service Canada sitting beside each other previously, I'm wondering if you can just talk about what this means, from a service delivery point of view, and why this is both just good policy that is compassionate and does the right thing, but also just is better at delivering services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Burnaby North Seymour.
Well, thank you for that question. Also, thank you to my friend and the member from Burlington for raising this issue initially. I had never been a part of the private members bill lottery system before, and when I was lucky enough to get the number 5 spot, I felt the weight of that responsibility because it was an opportunity to do something that affected people in a meaningful way. And so different people use this opportunity differently. When the member came to me and presented this idea, I literally thought about it for an entire day. I think it made sense to both of us really quickly as previous ministers responsible for Service Canada. The fact is there is so much good that we can do just by looking inside our current organization and asking the questions. Why are we delivering something in this particular way? And given the technology and given the state of our country, is there a way to improve upon it? And so, yes, this is a small change, a meaningful change, but it is part of a collection of changes that if we all work together, can make our government more efficient, more compassionate, and certainly provide better services to Canadians, especially when they're facing the most tragic of circumstances.
Resuming debate. La prise de débat, the honourable member for Bowmanville, Oshawa North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in the House today as a survivor of stage 4 cancer, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma in particular. And I bring that up because it greatly shapes my perspective on the legislation we're discussing today. When I was sick and I was going through chemotherapy and radiation treatment, it was taxing on me as a person, right? Emotionally, physically, mentally, spiritually. But the hardest part of it was actually seeing my mother endure it all. My mom is a strong woman and a woman of faith, but for any parent seeing your child go through a serious illness, it hits you very hard. And I remember vividly the fear and the anxiety in my mother's eyes. I remember her face when I was going in for a lumbar puncture or a PET scan, blood work, and just seeing the impact me being in that position had on her. It was one of the haunting moments of the whole ordeal for me. And what my family went through for those years was just a fraction of the pain and the anguish that a family goes through when they lose a child. What my family went through was just a fraction of the pain and the anguish that parents go through when they lose a young child in particular. I am very happy to stand here today and express my complete support for Bill C-222 and for Evans Law. I think that the government needs to do as much as it possibly can to support families, and in particular to support grieving families through difficult times. And this legislation represents an important move in that direction. I want to acknowledge the hard work that was done to get this legislation here, and start off by acknowledging the Member of Parliament for Airdrie Cochrane, who's been an advocate on this issue for years. I want to acknowledge the Member of Parliament for Burnaby North Seymour for bringing this particular bill to the House, and I understand that he worked closely with the member from Burlington on this. So I just salute them all and everybody else who's gotten this legislation to this point. To me, this is about the government fulfilling its promises that it makes to families, and that if the government promises to provide parental leave benefits to a family, it does so regardless of the circumstances changing, especially tragic circumstances, which I think most people would regard as deserving more support, not less support. And I hope that the Liberal government hears my heart on this, because I say this with zero criticism or opposition to this bill. But I would like to propose a change to this bill, a change that would expand the protection of parental leave benefits to more grieving families. You see, Bill C-222 is specific to families grieving for the loss of a child, and that is an incredibly important part of these changes to the Employment Insurance Act and the Canada Labour Code. But there are also families grieving in very similar situations where a parent has passed away, and as a result is dealing with many of the same challenges that this current version of Bill 222 seeks to remedy. And since we're having a conversation about making changes to the Employment Insurance Act and the Canada Labour Code, I think this opens up a window for us to extend consideration, generosity, and empathy to grieving families in other situations as well. I raise this, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of some of my constituents in Bowmanville, Oshawa North, many of whom signed a petition on this very issue recently, a petition that was inspired by the difficult circumstances of a family that I represent. For the sake of their privacy, I won't say their names, but they brought their situation to my attention, and I do believe with an appropriate amendment, this bill could remedy the circumstances that they have found themselves in. And I want to share what those circumstances are. It was brought to my attention by the surviving husband of a woman who tragically passed away while on parental leave with their first daughter. The surviving husband contacted Service Canada to inform them of his wife passing away, and the remaining months of parental leave benefits were then promptly cut off from their family. Shortly after, the surviving husband received a bill from the CRA requiring him to repay the benefits he received between the time of his wife's passing and the date where Service Canada was notified. I don't believe anyone in this House wants families facing unimaginable loss to go through that. I don't believe anyone in this House wants the CRA to be sending a bill to a grieving husband or wife. And I don't believe anyone in this House wants Service Canada to be cutting off benefits that were promised to a family at a time where they are not only facing an unimaginable loss, but also dealing with the economic uncertainty and instability that comes with a parent passing away. So my hope is that in hearing this story, we might be able to work together on expanding this very empathetic and important piece of legislation to include families in these circumstances. And at the request of my constituent, I'd like to read a statement from him to help people get a better sense of how all of this impacted him and his family. He wrote to me and said, "My daughter lost her mom before her first birthday, and that is a heavy weight for us to carry as a family for a lifetime. maintaining benefit payments and extending some grace to those who find themselves in such an unfortunate position might make all the difference in the world to someone who is already running on empty, mentally, emotionally, physically, and financially. Mr. Speaker, the spirit of Evans Law is to protect and relieve grieving parents from an additional burden. And I think it would be appropriate to provide the same consideration in cases of death of a parent who is receiving parental leave benefits. Continuing these payments to the surviving spouse for the remainder of the approved benefit period would alleviate a significant burden on the small percentage of families who face these particular tragic circumstances. So it is my belief that as I stand here in full support of Bill C-222, and certainly look forward to enthusiastically voting in favor of it in this chamber, that by raising these important concerns about the Employment Insurance Act and the Canada Labour Code, we actually have an opportunity to extend this consideration to more grieving families. I want to reiterate, Mr. Speaker, that I hope the Liberal government hears my heart on this. I say none of this as a criticism, and in fact, I look forward to the possibility of collaborating with them on an amendment that would expand this consideration to more people. And I am happy to have shared the story of some of my constituents who've been impacted by the policy status quo. I repeat again that I really do believe that the core of this is asking governments to live up to the promises that they make to families. And I think that we have to see that when the government promises EI payments, when the government promises parental leave benefits to a family, that that promise should be seen through from the beginning to the end for the appropriate period of time. And that that money should never be clawed back. There should be no expectation that grieving families have to return money paid out in that period of time. And most importantly, that families know they can count on that money that they have planned for, especially in a tragic situation where there's been a loss. So I do hope that we can get this amendment the consideration it deserves, and I do look forward to Bill C-222 supporting grieving families across our country. Thank you.
Well done. Resuming debate. Please to débat. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Côte-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll start by thanking my colleague for tabling this bill, Bill C-222. As we've noticed since the start of this discussion, clearly this is a bill that should be the subject of consensus. Oftentimes, issues of ideology or partisanship in Parliament take precedence, but really here we're talking about the people we care about the most, our family and loved ones. So the debate is different. I'm not even sure we can call this a debate. So I'd like to thank him and recognize him for this. I also have thoughts for Evan's family, whose name is on the bill, which I hope certainly becomes law, because, as several people have said, it's a very human instinct. These newborns come into our lives, and sometimes some of them leave us. It's so eminently human, and there's no way to avoid the human experience. And myself as a mother, with all the empathy that we can feel as humans when we put ourselves in the shoes of these families who have to say goodbye to their own child that is just a newborn, well, we can fully understand the deep grief that these families experience. And again, as a human experience, I can share my own experience. I have several experiences, but I have a young son who had a stroke at birth, and perinatally, so sometimes we don't know why these things happen in our lives. There's a lot of fear. Life is fragile, Life is fragile at that point, and it's fragile thereafter. And we understand when we have concerns, like my colleague said, when we have grief, maybe those are the times in our lives where we're the most fragile. We actually need to be strong to fight at that time, but really in those moments we're busy surviving and don't always have the fight in us. Parents who've lost children are simply trying to survive, and as my colleague said, sometimes some things are just absurd. It would be so easy to remove this detail. I mean, the case of the Canada Labour Code, the Employment Insurance Act, the idea that you'd have to call up after 2 weeks, every 2 weeks. Of course, families really should be spared this kind of thing. And as legislators, I would say it's our duty also to make legislation more humane. There are some gray zones. There are some aspects we might not have, or legislators might not have considered at the time of the adoption of these laws. But then we realize after the fact we need to shed light on some of these gray zones. And that's what's being done today. So we realized it's an aberration. It's absurd. We feel the need to change the Act, the Canadian Code. We feel that compassion, and we also have the means to do this. I'm not sure this is an argument that even needs to be raised. It's beyond the monetary aspect, of course. Canada is a wealthy country. I realize there are challenges. There are challenges today. It's cyclical, contextual, but beyond that, benefits are paid for by workers, employers. That means that we have an employment insurance fund that can meet the needs of these families. So I'm absolutely in agreement with this bill. And I would say that in Quebec, with the parental insurance plan, we already have that kind of protection. We have our own plan in Quebec at the birth of a child. And people who are in mourning are already protected in this respect. This is with dignity, respect, and goodwill. These people can get through these really hard times without having to worry about the economic or administrative sides of the tragedy. So I'll repeat that I absolutely support this bill. I hope the House can agree quickly on this. I don't even think we can call this a debate here in the House. We all want to care for these people, and we have the means to do so. I certainly hope that my colleague's example, I think it's important to improve the EI system, to make it more humane. I think my colleague may discuss the case of Émilie Sans Façon, a bill that was similar in nature, when sometimes you can't fight because you're fighting for your life. You need support. And I think that's a good social contract to say, hey, let's do what we can given the means that we have. I think I'll stop there, Mr. Speaker. But in closing, I'd just like to thank my colleague for his initiative here. And I am also having a thought for individuals here in this House and people outside of this House that have experienced tragedies like these and need support. Know that the Bloc Québécois is on your side. Thank you.
Resuming the debate, the honourable member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin, I just really want to take a moment to thank colleagues in this House for their incredibly thoughtful and compassionate interventions. And I think this is a moment that Canadians can be quite proud of this chamber as we come together for our shared humanity. And I really want to thank my colleague for Burnaby North Seymour for bringing this bill forward, because it touches all of us. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to tell you about Jennifer and her son, Evan. Jennifer is the reason I stand here today in support of this bill, and her story is the inspiration for Evan's Law. In the spring of 2022, I had a constituent call me and tell me her story. she had found her baby, blue and motionless, in his crib. In a panic, she called 911, and emergency services arrived soon after, confirming that he had passed. As she and her husband waited nearly 6 hours before a coroner came, a million questions flooded their minds. The experience was traumatizing. Evan was 4 months old when he passed away. Jennifer described him as a laughy little guy who had the best smile. He loved to be held, and everybody loved to hold him. He was, as she said lovingly, the perfect little baby boy. In the days that followed, Jennifer and her husband felt like they didn't know what to do with themselves, like they were walking into walls, disoriented, exhausted, and devastated. As a mother of 2, I can't begin to imagine the heartbreak and despair that comes with losing a child, and I hope I never have to. But sadly, as we all know, this happens to thousands of families each year in Canada. And for about 1,600 families, it happens while they're on EI parental leave. Jennifer was one of those Canadians who was on EI parental leave at the time. No one told her after she lost Evan that she needed to contact Service Canada, but she did of her own accord, which is not the case for many parents in her situation, because she figured she needed to find out what this means. Jennifer soon contacted Service Canada to describe what had happened. They informed her that because her child had passed, she was no longer eligible to receive parental benefits. In the eyes of the Employment Insurance Act, as it is currently written, once a child passes away, the Act no longer considers you a parent. Therefore, you are no longer entitled to receive parental benefits. When I learned this, I was shocked. In my humble opinion, this is a cruel and unnecessary way of both looking at what the definition of being a parent is and the immediate cessation of benefits upon losing a child while on leave. To receive any financial support or time off work, she would have to switch to the EI sickness benefits, a program that is not designed with grieving parents in mind. She spent hours on the phone just trying to switch her benefits. Then she was told that she would have to call back every 2 weeks to confirm her eligibility. This took a serious toll on her. She said to me, "The biggest thing was that every single time I called, it was a new person." She was forced to relive her trauma every 2 weeks and explain everything over again, every single time. Through no fault of their own, the staff picking up the phone at Service Canada were not always equipped or trained to handle the sensitivity and weight of that kind of call. As you can imagine, contacting Service Canada is the last thing on the minds of grieving parents. Often, parents may not even realize that they have become ineligible. In too many cases, parental benefits continue to be paid in full, only for the CRA to seek repayment, whether months or even years later. In effect, these parents find themselves indebted to the government because of the death of their child. I strongly believe that runs contrary to Canadian values and the values of this House, as we have seen today. Like Jennifer and her husband, roughly 1,600 Canadian families face the tragedy of infant loss each year. Almost 50% of those losses occur in the first 24 hours following birth. For most who experience it, it is the darkest moment of their lives. Despite this, the current provisions of the Employment Insurance Act and the Canada Labour Code cut off access to parental benefits when infant loss occurs, removing critical support that these grieving Canadians so desperately need. At the time when families need the most support, additional bureaucratic and financial strain is imposed upon them. But we can change that, and Evan's Law does. While no policy can take away the sorrow and tragedy of losing a child, it is our duty as legislators to ensure that the systems we have in place do not add unnecessary burdens to the grieving process. The essence of this bill lies in our ability to support parents during their darkest moments. For anyone who has experienced a loss, particularly the loss of a child, the pain is not just emotional. It can also be financial, logistical, and it is often overwhelming. By removing the need for a new claim and ensuring that the parent continues to be eligible for benefits, Evan's Law provides not only financial relief, but emotional relief as well. Grieving parents will no longer be forced to prove their eligibility in the midst of their mourning. It sends a message that as a country, we understand the profound impact of such a loss, and we are here to support those who face it with the utmost dignity and respect. And we must also recognize that every parent grieves differently. Jennifer, she needed time off. She needed time to grieve. On the other hand, her husband, he needed to go right back to work. That's what helped him through the grieving process. This bill gives parents the permission and flexibility to grieve how they need to in one of the worst moments of their lives. We can give them the choice to return to work when they are ready or to take the time they need. Just last week, I heard from 2 more parents, Samantha and Neil. After suffering through 3 first trimester losses on their journey to parenthood, their daughter Lily finally arrived safe and sound last December. But this past March, just days before Lily turned 3 months old, the family received devastating news. Lily had been diagnosed with a highly aggressive form of acute leukemia. Samantha said, "We felt like lightning had hit us for the 4th time." Lily began undergoing intensive treatment immediately, and her parents moved into the hospital with her. They didn't know how short their time left with her would be. Due to complications with her treatment, Lily passed away on June 28th. Samantha soon learned that she was no longer eligible for parental benefits. In the midst of grieving such an enormous loss, she was forced to navigate a series of burdensome administrative tasks. Samantha told me, had Evans Law been in place, this would have been one less thing I would have had to worry about. It would have provided us some relief during that unimaginable time, allowing us some peace so we could grieve the death of our daughter. When we speak about family, we often focus on the joy that comes with raising children and supporting parents through the milestones of life. But it is equally vital to acknowledge the pain of loss and to ensure that our social safety net does not fail those in their time of greatest need. Let me conclude with some thank yous. First, to Jennifer for having the courage to share hers and Evan's story not just with me, but with all of Canada. To Nora Spinks, Michelle Lafontaine, and Lynn Clark, and the Pregnancy and Infant Loss Network for their collaboration and support as we developed this legislation. And of course, a very deep and heartfelt gratitude to my colleague and my dear friend, the member of Burnaby North Seymour, for taking up the task and introducing Evans Law. I and thousands of others across the country are grateful for his compassion and leadership in moving Evans Law forward. In their darkest moment, Evans Law gives grieving parents the knowledge that their benefits will not end abruptly and the opportunity to take care of themselves. We are a nation that prides itself on compassion, and Evans Law is a step toward ensuring that our policies reflect that compassion in the most challenging of circumstances. In honor of Evan's life, and in honor of every parent who has experienced this unimaginable loss, I'm grateful to my colleagues who have expressed their support for this private member's bill. It's time to give grieving parents the space and the support they need during the most difficult time in their lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Beauharnois, Salaberry, Soulage, Huntingdon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am touched and honoured to be able to rise to speak to this bill tabled by my colleague from Burnaby North Seymour. I know exactly how it feels to move a bill that responds to such an obvious need. We heard testimony during this debate from parents who had lost their child and were then forced to immediately jump into action without having the time to grieve because laws were not properly adapted to their needs. When we propose bills in this House, private members' bills, it's based on a lottery system, and you have to be a little bit lucky to come up in the draw. In 2021, I was lucky enough to be able to introduce a bill that would have increased sickness insurance to 50 weeks. Employment insurance is funded by both workers and employers, and it is supposed to be there for people, for example, struggling with cancer. I use this example because it's the disease that is easiest to imagine for anyone who might be listening to us. And we all know people who have gone through cancer. I know someone who went through colon cancer, and everyone knows that in such circumstances you need 30 weeks of sick leave because the treatment process is not only long but also very strenuous on the body. And despite this, I can give you lists of people who had to go back to work earlier, who had to go into debt, who had to go into financial stress because they did not have enough paid sick leave to properly live out their treatment and focus on their healing process. When someone goes through the death of a child, or when someone is stricken with a severe disease, one should not have to worry about the practical things in life, how to pay rent and so on and so forth. One should have the latitude to fight disease, or in the case of someone who has lost their child, get through a very difficult period. I can think of few things more difficult than losing a child. And I understand how my colleague feels, because the bill I proposed went through the entire legislative process. Everyone was in agreement about it. It was passed unanimously. I know there were cancer patients waiting for my bill to be passed. But then, at the very end of the process, the Liberal government refused the royal recommendation. They refused to give means to people fighting cancer. Those people received bad news. The amount of sick leave they were entitled to at the time was insufficient to deal with a severe disease. So I see this through the point of view of my colleague. I would like to reassure him that the Bloc supports this bill. We will fight for it. We will do our best to convince everyone in the House to vote for it, because it presents a humane approach to tragedy. And also, there is enough funding within the EI system for it. We're not talking about something that will be enormously costly. There is no financial reason to say no to this bill. We're not talking about vast numbers of deaths that would wipe out all the money in the EI system. Certainly not. And I hope that the Liberals, the Conservatives, the NDP, and the Bloc will all agree that we ought to reform the EI Act so that parents who have lived through a tragedy can focus on their grief, so that these parents don't have to go back to work before they've achieved a certain amount of healing. And I say a certain amount because you never fully recover from the death of a child. You remain wounded for life, but people should at least have some time to grieve before going back to work. The current Employment Insurance Act, I should note, is out of date. We're not talking about an up-to-date law here, and for a long time the Bloc has been saying that modernization is in order. The Act needs to be adapted to new realities and a changed workforce. For 10 years, it must be said, the government has been promising a major reform of the employment insurance system. to ensure that it can remain up to date as a woman, as a mother. I should note that if you were on mat leave and you lose your job after you get back from that mat leave, you're not entitled to EI benefits because these mothers are told that they haven't accumulated enough hours to be eligible for EI. That is an example of unacceptable discrimination against women. And despite this, there are members on the government side who are well placed to convince the government to carry out a modernization process, or at the very least to tweak the Employment Insurance Act so that it does not discriminate against mothers who lose their job upon their return from a mat leave. The EI Act also discriminates against seasonal workers. Though I don't even like to use that expression because these workers are not seasonal. Their work is what is seasonal. They are discriminated against as well. These workers working seasonal jobs in rural areas of Quebec. The EI system is due for a major overhaul, but in the meantime, the Bloc is fully in support of this bill. We offer all our support. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Prise de débat, the honourable member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is always a pleasure to bring the voices of Chatham-Kent-Leamington to this chamber, and I am pleased to add my support to Bill 222. I want to add some context. This issue has been around this chamber for some time, and I want to add my acknowledgement to the work put to this by my colleague, the member from Banff Airdrie, who did put forward a motion 110 previous parliaments, and certainly through previous governments that we have been pushing for this from this side of the table. And I want to acknowledge that that effort is paying off today, that we now find support around this chamber, compassionate support, to address the needs of those at some of their hardest points in life. I'm going to end up speaking personally, and so I will try and get there. But before I go there, Mr. Speaker, you might rule me out of order with this next statement. I know that I cannot refer to any other member by their last name, but I'm unsure whether I can refer to myself. So my last name, as all of you know, is Epp. And I'm not the first Epp that has graced this chamber floor. There have been other members of Epp. In fact, if you go across Canada, there are at least 7 different Epp families that are unrelated to each other. So the former Minister of Health under the Mulroney government, Jake Epp, was no relation to me or my wife. Now, why is that important? Well, Mr. Speaker, my wife, her maiden name was Epp. And so before any member in this chamber jumps to any conclusions, I want to state that all 6 fingers on both hands of all 4 of our daughters are beautiful. And why is that important? My wife and I, she was born in New Westminster, British Columbia, actually adopted, an adopted identical twin. Grew up in Calgary, went to elementary school in Calgary, went to high school in Rosthern, Saskatchewan, and then went to university in Winnipeg, where we met. And so she says that she must retire in Quebec, La Belle Province, and retire or die in Newfoundland as she works her way across this beautiful country. We met, married, and in 1988, we're anticipating our first child. And so we knew from early on in that pregnancy that there would be issues in that pregnancy. So we began the process of driving up what I now affectionately call the 401, up and down that 401, which I've traveled innumerable times in my various capacities over my professional career. But then it was as a young-to-be father, as she spent a lot of time in St. Joe's, the London Hospital,
preparing for the birth of a challenged child. And we had actually anticipated that he would be born with insufficiently developed lungs. That was the diagnosis because of the scans revealed compressions in his chest, diaphragm or intestines in his chest actually, and that we anticipated undeveloped lungs. And so when he was born with 2 surgical teams waiting, the first thing he did was scream, which was not anticipated. And that gave us hope. And so he did undergo, actually, he screamed, he lived, which I'd been preparing myself for the entire term, or the second 2/3 of my wife's pregnancy, to lose him. The member from Burlington spoke of how people grieve differently. I actually did a lot of my grieving prior to my son Brenton's birth, to be there depending on the outcome. And actually, in the 37 years that have followed, my wife and I continue to grieve differently. I went back to work. We were in the middle of tomato season. He was born in 92-30 season. That's a Heinz variety that we were harvesting on August the 13th, 1988. He died in 62-03 season, September the 13th, lived 31 days. And so I have lived, as you can hear in my voice, lived experience with what this bill attempts to address. And so, yeah, he did undergo an emergency colostomy at 2 days old, survived. He then began to turn blue, actually went through open heart surgery at 2 weeks old. And they grafted the left subclavian vein. So for those of us of the medical community, they grafted the vein around his aorta where the blockage was, and he survived. And I am still grateful to many friends that drove me up that Boro 1 to see my wife and child, every evening as I harvested during the daytime and then saw them at night. And there's only one night where I did not make that trip because we were advised that we could bring him home in 2 days' time. And so I stayed at home and slept till 2 a.m. when I got that call. The call that was, "Come now." It was obviously a difficult night, and so we lost him that night. I said my wife was a twin. Her twin was flying from Alberta, and we picked her up at the airport that morning. She was coming for a dedication. She came for a funeral. And so we prepared for that, and I have still to this day am immensely thankful for the friends and family that support us. And so, how does this relate to government bureaucratic processes and compassion? The morning of his funeral, we received a call from a government agency that said we had to make a mistake in his birth certificate application. You see, we did not know how to fill out the baby's maiden name, mother's maiden name. We had filled it EP in EP, of course. And of course, obviously we made a mistake. Well, they don't know how many EPs there are in Canada, as in there are many, many Smiths and many, many McDonalds, et cetera, from different heritage streams. But that was the call that we had. And so we worked our way through it that morning, the morning of his funeral, working through a government process, and no fault and no aspersions on the bureaucracy that made those calls. They were following through with their due diligence. But if there are ways that we can streamline our government processes, show compassion, show respect for taxpayer dollars, which is everything that this bill does, why don't we do that? And so I am very, very heartened by the support around this chamber. It has taken a while, but I am glad that the government and all the opposition parties are bringing their compassion to this chamber. and are addressing these opportunities, that we can make life better for Canadians in their most heartfelt and difficult times. I have lived those times. And so I do want to say thank you. We have subsequently had 4 daughters. I mentioned them. They are beautiful. They do only have 5 fingers on each hand. My wife is adopted, but because of the last name, we did go through some processes before we had them, given the experience that we had with our son, Brendan. And so sometimes people ask me, father of 4 daughters. Yes, you can see the color of my hair. But I am immensely proud, and my wife Charlene is as well, of their accomplishments. And so at times, I share this experience with many other families that ask, how many children do you have? And it depends how much time I have in this conversation is how I answer. Do I answer with 4 or 5? So today's the opportunity I have to acknowledge my son, because the circumstances of the day have afforded me the time and to bring his name to this chamber. It is an august responsibility that we have as members to speak. It's a privilege. I've had the chance to introduce my 2 granddaughters to this chamber. How many people in Canada get to do that? I want to give a shout out to the House of Commons orientation staff. I recall oriented 6 years ago, that they impressed upon us that we're going through that process of the unique opportunity we have as members to represent Canadians. Boys and girls today dream of becoming potentially NHL, or maybe now baseball players. But a truly Canadian dream is to become an NHL player, or WNHL. And as we walk the tunnel between the Welcome Center and the temporary home of this chamber of the House of Commons, we see the plaques from the 1st to the 43rd. I've served in the 44th, and we are now in the 45th Parliament. And we see the names of all parliamentarians that have had the chance to serve. There are fewer of us that have the chance to speak in this chamber than there are people that have played professional hockey in our country's history. That's how special the opportunity that we have as parliamentarians to represent our fellow citizens. Cherish that. And when there are moments that we can come together, that we can join our voices to make life better for Canadians, let's be thankful for that opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Immigration, Citizenship and Refugees.
Mr. Speaker, I've always considered the honourable colleague opposite an excellent parliamentarian, but I now put him in the category of an outstanding human being. The courage that he's shown today on the floor of the House of Commons to share such a personal story and to relate it to a bill is something indescribable, Mr. Speaker. I don't think I've seen it in all my years, 10 years now, of serving as a member of Parliament, and truly I commend him for that. Mr. Speaker, we have an opportunity here, and we've seen it today, the spirit in the House. This is politics, and politics is naturally partisan, and that's not always a terrible thing. But sometimes it does prevent us from doing the work we need to as parliamentarians to benefit this country. And so I would point to this bill, a private member's bill that our colleague has put forward, a private member's bill that seems to have unanimous consent, to say the least, to go forward. This needs to go forward. I hope a royal recommendation is given, Mr. Speaker, because no less than 1,600 families a year are affected by the loss of a child. And the sponsor of the bill, in his initial speech on the subject, made clear that there's an elegant solution here, as he put it, because this would not require extra spending or anything like that. EI parental benefits and EI sickness benefits are almost equal. And so removing the bureaucracy from the process, ensuring that we have a compassionate approach that's put forward. I think that is absolutely vital. It's something that we can unite on here today. And it would, Mr. Speaker, it would make clear that we respect also the House of Commons process, because in 2019, the committee that's responsible for Labour Matters and Benefits, the HuMA Committee, spoke about the need to go in this direction. And so if we respect Parliament as we do, if we respect the House and its procedures as we do, we will give life to this particular, we will go forward with this particular change. Thank you very much to everyone who's spoken today. It's a day I won't forget, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The member will have about 7.5 minutes when this House next takes up this matter. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order precedence on the order paper. It being 2:30 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Monday at 11 o'clock a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.